Oh shit. Dancing. Hey guys, this is Judson McKinney and the Wanderers with Shannon Forrest at Real Recording One in Nolensville, Tennessee. This is the December 2nd edition of our archival sessions, and yeah, we're just working on all the new volume of music.
Yep. Yeah, you were saying when you walked in the door, we stopped there for a minute and had a technical thing. You want to go into that or just keep moving? Go into what we were talking
About podcasting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that music right now is there's just runaway growth in music, and if you really want to affect change on a listener, it just takes a lot more concentration. Even music that I like, from the back catalog, I'm not sure that a lot of it probably wouldn't fly nowadays because it's just a little too loose in its thought line.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing in general is, I mean, I have my observations about it, but yeah, it's just, I'm just doing what I perceive from my point of view, as many things as I've been in the room with.
Yeah.
I've come to recognize what failure looks like, very clearly, and,
Yes.
and that's not being funny. It's
No,
like,
I know.
if it's missing, you can suck at playing guitar if you can communicate and communicate. But music, for most people, is, and it's never going to reclaim. For most, I mean, vast majority of people, most people never sit down and turn on music. They turn on music and start doing something else.
Yeah.
And that was kind of always the thing. But now the something else isn't cooking dinner. You know what I mean? Because those people are hooked on, maybe it is a podcast, or they're hooked on. So what they're doing is they're cooking dinner, listening to the podcast, and there's music on in the background.
I do have some kind of bright observation though. I was talking to a friend of mine who, I guess she went and hung out over at a record store recently, and she was saying, "Well, are you having a hard time selling records?" He's like, "No, I'm selling more than I ever have." So I think there is a need. I mean, I think the vinyl market will continue to grow because people will want to.
You know what's funny about the vinyl market? I've talked to a lot of people in there that people just like to buy them as physical pieces to hold. They don't even have a record player.
Yeah, no, that's
You know
right.
what I mean?
Because they're looking for that sensory
connection.
Yeah, they're looking for something like I feel like it's like a piece of art.
They're getting closer to something.
Yeah, it's a piece of art.
Yeah.
It is like a souvenir. I believe, and we should definitely put our stuff out on vinyl. But yeah. We just got to figure out a way to position ourselves, and just, keep making the music that we make and making it better and better and hold the line on that, and then just figure out how to position ourselves in the marketplace is how I see it.
Yeah. I agree.
Have you listened to that Rolling Stones album at all?
No, only that one single.
Okay.
Or that one track,
Man, they do have really great branding. Like, I went to their website last night, and like that's how you do it. Like, that's got a good feel.
Yeah, and I remember, when there was a component of people's musical choices being personal to them. Sometimes they chose them, maybe not necessarily because it was their favorite thing, but it was because it was somebody else's, the antithesis.
Yeah.
People invested in, but that was when musical entities actually represented something that you could position yourself in alignment with, and what music can you do? I'm trying to be, like, if I'm trying to be counterculture, and I'm going to embrace music that represents counterculture, that's what those things used to do, you know what I mean? You used to represent your way of living, and
what was cool about the Rolling Stones is, like, I remember growing up around, people who like the Rolling Stones, and it kind of just seeing, like, working professionals and a lot of working professionals like them. It felt like it was kind of like more like the true to life side of their lifestyle. It's like it kind of represents a certain kind of hang. Like, oh, the Stones are playing, let's go
Yeah.
watch it. You know, it's a certain feel. It's like shooting pool.
And the truth of it is, the reason it's simple observations, but the reason their bandwidth continued to grow through the decades was, I think, when people start to feel an absence of things that they have common ground with, things that they might not have been a fan of. You might not have been a Rolling Stone fan in 1975, but by 1985 or 95, you might start seeing more things that are in common to you, because there's other things that don't have it at all. You know, and so you find your points of continuity with those artists.
I think it's because they played blues rock too.
Yeah.
And like the brand of blues rock they played, it never got pretentious.
Mm-hmm.
Like pretentious music can drive people away.
Yep. Yep.
But their stuff somehow it just kind of stays in the moment.
But I think that's what's going on with all those legacy bands. People that used to be more opinionated about who they would have an allegiance to have crossed into places they previously wouldn't have, because there's nowhere to put an allegiance with.
That's right. That's right.
You know?
And some of it's just, I guess, just a function of time, right?
Right.
Because familiarity brings...
You find common ground, and what is broken is when you don't have things representing culture in the moment in a strong way, like really saying something about it, then that's why all these old bands can't be displaced. You know, like they would be displaced if there was someone speaking the moment better than, because they don't really speak the moment. They
Most
just,
of them don't.
You know,
very few.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting, but you have to come out. It's okay. Now this is interesting. You have to come out strong.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something like you always. The way things work is you always kind of overstep and create a bit of conflict, in whatever capacity conflict is, and then gradually you can kind of ease up a bit. But you can't start with ease.
No, I mean, if you think about Elton John, and I'd have to go back and look, but he was so flamboyant and unambiguously.
It's about to be extreme,
right? And then that became less so, right? It wasn't, over time
it became less so, and so we're gonna have to find our version of like what is the battering ram of like culture, because okay, so here's an example of a lesser artist, but even the same rules apply. Have you seen what they're doing with Morgan Wallen?
No.
They've cut the mullet.
Oh yeah.
He's in a sweater.
No shit.
He's looking good. He looks good.
Uh-huh.
So you see it. I think that they did that. So what they do is lead with the mullet.
Right.
Lead with that white trash piece of shit.
Yeah.
Get a certain segment.
And then try to reach more people.
And then cut the mullet. And then now that you got that initial pocket, it's brilliant.
Let's see if it works. I don't know
if it'll work,
will.
But it's the same principle.
Yeah, it is.
It may fail.
But that is a principle of people looking at the thing you're talking about.
Yeah.
But missing the fact that his real reach is that mullet thing. You know what I mean?
It has yet to be determined. Like I said before, and I think the country is basically pop. They're trying to make country pop music for white people. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if it'll work or not, but it is. I did notice. Okay, well that's a tactic. You leave.
Well, I just that is a tactic, but I also sniff it as them going, okay, we gotta rebrand him because we've peaked, and looking at
Yeah. But you'll always peak if you just stay with that one. I mean, Elton John, if he'd stayed with that one thing, will probably you peak.
Right.
You peak in those extremes.
Right.
So you kind of have to do that, don't you?
I see two different things. I see you're right about what you're saying, and what I see about it is like, I've seen it too many times. It's like when Steven Tyler made a country album. That's not the.
Well, that didn't work for him.
It didn't work, and Post Malone is doing it.
But a better example of where Aerosmith did that is that they did do some before all that. They did do some more
hip hop, Run DMC.
I don't know much about that.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say they're power ballads.
Sure.
Because their early stuff is not that.
No, it's not.
But it worked. The power ballads did work for them. It went
huge.
a little more pop.
Pop. That's right.
And it did work.
Oh, it totally did. But no, like they were sort of drifting, and when Run DMC did that collaboration with Walk This Way, that kicked the door open.
So they've probably done it a couple times.
Yeah, they did.
Because like that early shit you played me, That's like machine gun rock and roll.
Right.
That doesn't sound like those power ballads.
It can't. It doesn't reach as.
But it's fucking great.
Yeah.
And they probably couldn't have led with ballads.
Right.
Although they did have that.
But that's
a little different though, because it's still kind of.
It's more Stairway to Heaven than
that power ballad thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we just have to make sure we're staying on point with kerosene.
I've told you, and I still think it's true. I think being an opinionated
motherfucker
white guy is like you're already cast a certain kind of villain.
Yeah.
And so you don't really have to try. You go like those guys that have told us, oh, well, 2 white guys can't say that stuff. It's like, well,
that shows you your pressure point.
Yeah, it's just kind of natural. I've always felt like it's just, no, you don't have to
force it.
Yeah, it does just because there is resistance to it already. Oh no, you can't let that. Nope, that doesn't hit our diversity box. You got to get in the back of the line. You know what I mean? That's the truth. That's the truth. You know, inside the music industry. You know,
it's probably true in a lot of different areas, but maybe more so than music than any of them at this point.
You're right about seeing that branding thing and observing that about him, and that may be a working thing. I see it more as a trouble in the water.
Could.
You know what I mean? Like, we've maxed out, and we better see if we can take the troubled redneck to mass more general audience.
The only reason I think I think it will work is because he has such name recognition now, and they were already making pop. It was already basically pop music.
Mm-hmm.
It was already like Usher style beats.
Except he sounds like a hillbilly. You know what I mean? I'm still going to stick my... I still perceive that as like the masses don't want to listen to a redneck speak. They don't. You know? They sound like a dumbass. It just sounds like a dumbass. You know?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, maybe you're right.
That 99... I mean, most people are like, ah! Shut that dumb fuck up. You know? I mean, if he loses that, he might. You know? But... you know.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I would imagine they'd have success with it, but just because people they're so name associated oriented, and there's not that many names out there that people know.
Right. Yeah.
We're working on what's this name of this song?
I don't even want to say because I
don't think it has a title.
Not quite yet, you know, because we talked about that Fat Man's Hallelujah thing, and that may or may not, you know,
doesn't seem right to me anymore.
I'm not glued to something, right? You know what I mean? It's as a movement there, it's
White Man's Hallelujah is better.
It could be, you know what I mean? You know, yeah, right.
But there might be something better than that.
Well, no, that's kind of like how those things go, where they go, well, something about that was pointing in the right direction. You know what I mean? But it feels too Weird Al Yankovic. It feels too narrow bandwidth to say.
Fat Man's Hallelujah.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't feel. But yeah, White Man's Hallelujah feels rough. You know what I mean? It feels
a bit dangerous.
Yeah.
Which is stupid. Why? It's kind of stupid that's even like that. Why is it even?
Oh, it's just dumb. I told you this like two summers ago. I was making a Christmas album with an entire group of hard conservative people which I'm not that, but every time we were in White Christmases, we covered that like literally. I remember thinking, man, every time I hear the word white, I feel like I flinch at it. Like they've branded it like a negative thing, a negative connotation. You know. I don't feel that way about it, but it's like no. When you hear it, it just feels like it's right. It's right on the edge of hate speech. You know what I mean? It's like oh no. All I'm just saying is like I don't know what else to say. You know.
Man, it's just.
And then that's really when I got fuck it.
It's just strange because, you know, you don't hear. I don't know. You don't have the same reaction to the other colors.
No.
And it's like, well, why is that?
Yeah. And I'll say this, man. This is an absolute truth, okay? You know how many things of these cars, and we'll get on to shit here, but, I buy and sell these cars. I like working on them. I sold one of them to a guy that, Latino.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool, real cool guys came out. You know?
Yep.
Like, I've dealt with, in the times that I've done that, I have absolutely dealt with piece of shit white people, consistently, as far as getting questioned and you know what I mean, and interaction on there, because you're talking about a lot of white trash.
They don't have money.
They don't have enough money for the thing.
And they're trying to.
They're trying to hustle you, and then they just talk shit. These guys, man, were like
Classy.
Total ex-military kid, and he was helping his dad out. Well, check this out. This is a bothersome thing to me. I've done this 12 times probably, and there's paperwork when you take a car in, those old cars like that. There's a scenario where there's no way to value the car.
Yeah. Right,
and so they tax you every time you sell a car. That's what another criminal thing about the way our system works.
Yeah.
You can sell that used car 12 times, and every single time the state's going to get a piece of sales tax on it. It's like, well, no, it's just a one thing. How can you keep? It was new. You got sales tax on it. That should have been paid. You shouldn't be able to get tax on that thing every time it changes hands.
Yeah.
All right. So there's that.
There's that.
Right. And there's a sort of code within the automotive community like that. Like you have to detail what the value of the car was. You tell them what you paid. Right. The way that thing usually works is it's a handshake to, hey, look, I'm going to leave that blank for you, the seller.
Yeah.
Right. Whether it's me or I'm the buyer side of that thing. Everyone that does this goes, yeah, you can put down there whatever you want on that because you're taxed on whatever that is.
That's right.
So if there's something reasonable you can say about the car, and there's no way for the DMV to know that, okay, so if you buy an old car and I went to a junkyard and bought it, it could be just rusty bones of nothing.
That's right.
And that car could be worth $800.
Yeah.
Or it could be on the road and worth $25,000.
That's right.
I've never had it questioned. Never.
Wow,
right?
Okay.
You put down what it is.
Yeah.
A couple grand, whatever that is.
Sure.
They have no way to even verify.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
They have never asked me.
Yeah.
I've brought those people to everybody in the DMV that I go to are women.
Yeah.
There's white women. There's a couple of black ladies that work there. Right.
Yep.
I've never been questioned.
Yeah.
On that.
Uh-huh.
Right. This really cool, nice, straight up, easy to deal with guy that brought his cash money, and you know what I mean. Like we were solid.
Yeah, I got it.
They stopped. They checked him, and said, "Oh, well, how much do you pay for this car?" Well, this is under the market value of that car. So unless you get the seller to sign this paper that says he sold it to you for under that value, then we're going to tax you for that value. They tried to tax him for $25,000 on that car. And it was a white woman. And I have no doubt that it was because she's Latino. Because they never did it to me. I've done it 12 times. You know what I mean?
It was like racism.
It's some bullshit.
Yeah. Well, that does happen.
Oh, it does. And I told him, I said, hey, man, seems like this to me.
I guess white people can be pretty racist, huh? Or pretty bigoted is maybe the better word.
That one in particular, you just going to have to convince me, unless they just, like last week, started a crackdown on that and go, hey, look, on these used cars, we want this thing.
Which is possible.
It's possible.
There is some serious bigotry. For sure, man. One thing that is not that I don't like about the American white is sort of their, snootiness about learning languages. I just think that's kind of an ignorant, like.
Oh yeah, travel the world. I mean, we have such an insular, like, toe to Uncle Sam's propaganda line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the world. If you're going to come here, you better speak in. And I do believe that if you come to
there's an element.
If you move into any country.
There's an element of truth there.
You're supposed to be right. What is it called? You become a citizen of that.
No. I think that the people who are moving here should learn English, but that doesn't justify your fucking lazy ass thing of not wanting to fucking learn another language. And
most of these people that are way lazier than the folks coming here that they're denigrating.
That's kind of my problem. That's kind of my
English
problem.
yet.
Yeah,
you know
that's kind of my problem.
It's like, why don't you get off your ass?
Yeah, no, I don't think that like border hopping and stuff like that's right.
Right.
But I'm just saying, like, yeah, I think it's more the hypocrisy of it. It's like, well, yeah, that's not right. But they're working harder than you are, and you don't do fucking anything.
And so
like,
just
so like,
shut up about learn to speak English. It's like, man, why don't you
like, get off the sofa?
Right. Right. But no, that just for whatever it's worth. When we say that white man's hallelujah, and that's a sort of a yeah, you have to do things in a craftful way that point out the disparities of things. That's what art is supposed to do, and that just struck me because that is a truth. Like I'm at the 90% level that was racially motivated.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure that happens anywhere in the world.
Sure.
I don't think that's unique to
No,
whites.
it's not.
I don't think.
No, but anywhere where there's... It's just interesting to me that, maybe it's probably much less than like a specific thing. It's just an idea maybe that resides in a person's mind that goes, well, I better double check myself on this one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it could be just that simple.
But it's never happened to me.
Yeah.
And to be clear, when I go into the DMV, sometimes I've got grease all over my hands.
Was this guy a citizen?
Oh yeah, ex-military. Served this country. Good dude.
Yeah.
So that really bothers me when I see that kind of shit. Because if you're gonna give somebody a hard time, it's these fucking white trash fucks that I've dealt with. You ought to be checking them. You should be asking.
I guess like, would you feel the same way about it? My only thing is like I just try to look for equivalency. Like like if you moved to Mexico and got your citizenship, and would you in reason expect the Latino that sees you hassled to have the same reaction? Because I do think where the whole thing falls apart for me is that if you apply some standard to whites that you can't apply across the board, there's something tells me there's something fishy about the argument.
I have no perspective on actually experiencing that.
But I'm just saying,
but
you should be able to model that. You know what I mean?
In reading of things now, but my reading, could be slanted by a white author, but I have tended to what my expectation would be is that there are. It seems like that would be more prevalent. I would expect that at this point that the Mexican populace in general would be more, considerate to the outsider. I mean, if you get in a bad pocket where obviously there's places where they pick people out of, but I think I would say in general, my expectation would be that community would be more welcoming and more less of what we are as this populace as our culture is.
But I don't think that has anything to do with race, because
no, it's our culture.
I think it's our culture. American culture is unfriendly.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there's white cultures other places, like even certain countries in Europe are much more friendly than here, aren't they? Like Italy is much more friendly.
No, I've not found that to be the case. I've depends on where you are. I've encountered a particular hostility.
Huh.
No, I think ours is the worst. I really do.
America?
Yes, I think ours is the worst
for hospitality.
For hospitality, yeah, I do. That's not. It's not what I have seen.
It probably is the worst.
That's my point. And you're right. It's not so much about race.
It's culture.
It's culture war. There's culture war always being thrown at people. People are being. They're constantly giving something to be mad about instead of the government. You know what I mean? That's why they do what they do. They play identity politics and they breed animus. And that doesn't happen because the fact of the matter is, when all these other places we're talking about, the diversity is prevalent, so the percentages aren't. They can't make people.
But
mad.
It also shows why diversity is a dangerous tactic. It won't work. It won't do a long term, because you'll have demagogues who will use
one group
against the other.
Yeah.
That's why it just historically multicultural empires turn into different nations.
Yeah,
they don't last. Rome was a multicultural empire,
right.
and it won't do.
What is the word, like, not repatriate, but it's like, you know what I'm saying, when you immigrate to something, the expectation is that you you move there. Like I know people that I have met and had long discussions with, from India or Ethiopia or whatever. They're proud to, repatriate or whatever that word is. I can't grab right now. They do want to be an American.
Yeah.
They want to be an American. They're not concerned with continuing to say that they're wherever that was and an American.
Yeah.
For them, it means something to have got that far and be an American.
Yeah. It's still not. I don't think it will work because it's just.
No, I think it has to do that or it won't.
And I don't think it can because you always have demagogues who come in and pit the weak sides against of each group. Because there's always going to be a segment of each of them that will not. And so then you can get the demagogues will come in and then they'll play on the worst
division.
On the worst tendencies of each group. And then once one group does it, then there's going to be a reaction.
Right.
Like Obama really started it, and then like once that happens, and you have the reaction to that, and it's just then it's over.
Yeah.
I think that's why normally nations are homogenous.
Well, this is there just isn't another system where you have the percentages of groups represented in one populace.
Yeah, I mean I think this is like. This has sort of happened before, though. I mean, I think the Roman Empire was a bit that way. I mean, there was different ethnicities within the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire was vast, and the people who were conquered or who were under that umbrella, they did have Roman citizenship, didn't they?
Yeah.
And I believe it did mean something. I mean, it was a benefit.
Yeah, yeah. You were living inside the protection of that.
And it was successful, wasn't it? It
wasn't for a long time.
And just like America has been very successful.
Yeah. Yeah, but when you start letting these other, it's just interesting right now with what's going on when you talk because right now with the Palestinian and Jewish communities and what that does, it's like, well, you have people now representatives in government that are still a patriot of the places they left. You should have to repatriate. I'm not saying
it becomes like convoluted.
I'm just saying that's the convoluted nature of it because now you have policy, being dictated by certain people inside the government, and you have representatives from a foreign government in your government. So it's not.
I was reading a blogger that I really enjoy to read, and he was just talking about the fail of dual citizenship is part of the problem because of what you just described because it allows. Yeah, it just. You can't get a consistent.
You can't represent the American people and the Palestinian people,
and that goes for
inside our government. You can't do it. I'm not saying those people aren't suffering a certain reality. I'm just saying, from a standpoint of government,
it's just not logical.
You can't do that. You can't.
Yeah.
Right? Because what's your allegiance to? Well, you took an oath to represent the people.
Yeah.
When you took office.
Right.
And you're divided. And you don't get to choose that you get to tell American people that your voice in the government is the representation of a foreign government.
That's right.
It's just that fucking simple. I'm not even debating the problem.
It'll just be interesting to see where it goes. Part of what happens, like, there's not a whole lot of national identity right now. There's none.
And if you don't want that, then you'll get it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you
don't want national identity,
you'll get none. And
it may, and maybe there's a way for it to actually not be so bad though.
But that's the truth. That's the real truth of the thing, man. Immigration is not a problem as long as they integrate. You know what I mean?
But you can't do it in volume.
Right.
And they were doing it in volume.
Yeah.
I don't think it works that way.
No.
It has to kind of have a pace and a rhythm to it. But that was the whole globalist strategy, though, wasn't it? Was to flood the market with unskilled labor to break the back of the nation.
I haven't read that, but I can see the point. You know what I mean?
It just breaks it. It's just like that runaway.
They probably but when you see one, that's a tricky one. We'll get on to music here.
Sorry.
But that is when you have corporate lobby moving labor out of the country and breaking the foundation of
the country
of a income for a vast amount of people, and then bringing in foreigners that are outside the system in mass and allowing it to happen and saying, well, see, we can't do this at this volume because these people won't do the work. Then from two and that's what I'm saying. Previously, a lot of the policy that moved uh, uh, manufacturing out of the country was supported by Republican candidates. So that's where you get both sides tearing the thing apart. You know what I mean? Like
That's right.
That yeah, like.
Well, there hasn't been a nationalist Democrat since Kennedy, has there?
I don't really know. You know, I haven't kept track of. Yeah, I don't know that. Well, it's funny because I've been watching a lot of stuff about that just in the last handful of days, and some of his policy would sound like globalism in a certain regard. You know what I mean? Like some of it actually, it's like as much as it wasn't, it was also intervening in. Well, it's a funny thing when you try to stop the advancement of global agendas by intervening on the behalf of
you become the enemy that you.
Yeah, that, you know what I'm saying. Like if you're trying to stop whatever, I forget which country I was just watching it, but there's a major dust. One of the major problems that he started was interfering with the CIA's directive of supplanting leaders, and there was a big French occupation of a certain area over there. There was a Chinese. They were trying to get in, and so by participating in trying to stop that globalist move, you become a global player because you're poking your head into world affairs. You know, it still becomes like you're not operating as an isolationist. You're trying to intervene.
Yeah, isolation in the United States ended with Woodrow Wilson, didn't it? I mean, pretty much when they went into World War One.
Anyhow.
Yeah, that's interesting stuff, though.
So. Yeah, I'll start playing this. I can't even remember where we left this. So, get that back.
Got us on a tangent. Sorry about that.
No. Let's just see right here. get a. I want to get a
I think
section.
that melody's not helping us much. Like I think it's just not as good as the music.
Oh yeah. No, I had a thought about that because we kind of had we had bagged that guitar thing because that right.
Yeah, I bet we bagged that.
Right. So
I don't like that. Yeah.
Yeah, we messed with that. You're right.
I just don't think it's just too pedestrian for like how good that sounds. I think we need to rethink how that. I don't know if we ever did. Did we ever spitball anything else at it, or is it kind of just where we left it?
Well, let me get the rest of the other.
It just seems very broken to me.
Section coming up. Where's that? So that thing goes. Yeah. So right. So.
I mean, yeah, I just think whatever you had laid out before that vocal turned on sounded badass, and I would just say let's start there.
Okay. Well, we got to just figure out what letter A is then, you know?
Yeah, I know. Don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it just needs to go. So that dun that feels like a good place to start the song. So say intro. We call it the intro.
Mm-hmm.
And then go to that cool bass thing.
That exactly?
I would. See what it does.
Using that in that other song, so it's like
I think this one's a better one for it.
Sure, but that's just like a chant. So what? That's fine. That's easy. What are we? What?
Maybe you could go to that other part there. It just didn't sound good coming out of that other thing. Maybe maybe you could go, well, and maybe the other thing works now. It just seemed like it was not.
The connection of the two.
Yeah, was like lame. But now, if you start there, then you could go. You make bells and maybe.
I see what. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't. I'm not even acknowledging those things. So when that's bothering you, it's like I'm just leaving that for later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not.
I just
you're
don't
not.
know
You're not incorrect.
I don't know how to
you
leave
know?
it for later.
I guess I'm just looking at. Okay, if this is, yeah. Yeah. All right. So if that's a workable thing, then.
Like bells and whistles sing. Maybe. What do you think? Let's just try it. Unless you think that other thing, that bells and whistles sing thing, is just too broken. Too broken.
No, this is good. That's fine with me. Putting that move there, and saying some stuff. That's fine. To me, then that melody, which is may or may not survive, it'd be like looking for. I thought like was it the thing bothering you about your original guitar riff? It kind of has a kind of a spread harmonic thing to it that kind of it pulls into that bells and whistles.
I think it's
idea.
Good if you don't. I think maybe what was breaking it for me, and we'll test it, but I thought maybe what was breaking it for me was just coming right out of that other part where there was a lot of guitar, and then it was guitar-y. But once if you go to that dry, then it feels like an answer. It's like it feels like.
I guess where I'm at is like
mud.
I'm real certain about arrangement stuff, so I'm not engaging my arrangement helmet at the beginning. You know what I mean? So we can address that.
If you want to start over on the verse, I'm okay with that too.
No, I don't have I never had a problem with what.
Okay.
Was.
All right.
I thought that it could probably.
I can't suspend them because I'm trying to look at the thing seamlessly.
Right.
So it's hard. If I hear something that's just bugging me, I just have to.
That's why I don't like like what we've done in the past. I don't like to write the record, to make the record while you're writing. But yeah, think about it however you will.
If you're okay with that melody, I would say let's put that. The bells and whistles part comes in right after that.
Well, you would after the bass line. That's fine. You went in that booth that other day and tried singing it from a blues idiom.
Yeah.
A bunch of different ways, and
I don't remember it.
It didn't stick though. Remember?
Okay, so let's don't do that again.
You went into that left booth and by yourself
Tried it.
and came away going.
Don't work.
It don't work, right? So what I was thinking was like, well, maybe that particular voicing of the guitar with that high note on top, or like re-voicing that figure. But if you don't mind the figure as is, as long as it's not coming straight out of that other section.
I don't think I want to hear it. I don't think I will. Maybe I think it was just like clashing or something like. But now that I think it'll be all right. It'll become a necessary move now, I think, rather than I think it's needed now, because like those bass notes are really in the mud.
Yeah.
And so like when that thing comes in now, it'll feel like a necessary, like a necessary rocket. Where before it just felt like glitter, like clashing with the other glitter.
Yeah, so that maybe I feel like we're going to really get a good head of steam finishing these things out. Part of what we keep locking up on is semantics or one thing or the other. Like I go, hey, I'm not comfortable working without this understanding, and you're not comfortable working without understanding and other side of the equation. Like I'm looking for the section itself.
Which one?
I'm just saying in that moment. I'm like, hey, that's a valid thing that you did. Like that's a good piece.
It is.
And there was a point when you were wanting to throw that away entirely, but it's just because you didn't like how we got into that. Like I'm looking at it like I don't put fuck all emphasis on that stuff because music is the easiest part.
Yeah.
But if you can't write without music, then we have to address it a little bit. But I'm just looking for the heading of a section, and we spend a little time kind of dusting up over that, and it's all just semantics, going, oh well, if that's letter A, and I go, well, we remember when we were working on this, well, that gave us a B, and it's like, oh, well, now we're throwing away that and going, that's better, and it's just all about how those things hand off to each other. If that's all it is, you know what I mean? Then there's a lot of time and energy we don't need to
worry about it.
We don't need to get confused with each other about that. So it's like if you're looking at that and that's making something fail, then I'm trying to, I guess we both got to be able to
trust each other.
Yeah, because trust that I'm good at arranging shit.
Yeah.
I don't, you know what I mean? I'm so when we're doing that, I'm not looking for an arrangement. You know what I mean? Because that I know exactly, and you do too. But I have absolute faith in my ability to present an arrangement of music that passes muster in front of industrial.
Yeah.
You're right?
I don't question you there. I just got to be able to do it
right
to my
to
way
feel.
Enough, and I don't care if it changes.
Right.
I don't care if it gets rearranged.
But that's good for me if I felt like what you did was valid in a big way with that guitar riff.
Yeah.
And if the only reason you were hating it was because of the way that it was each thing was handing off, just know that I'm suspending. I'm not even thinking that way. But if you can't find the next idea, then we need to address those things. We'll move faster.
Yeah, I mean, I think because like I'm using these as things too as writing tools.
Yeah.
Because we have to get a certain type of product. So, I mean, like if I say, hey, let's put it that way, it doesn't mean it's permanent. Like it doesn't. I just need. If something's throwing me for a loop.
Well, you said that previously about turning that bass off, and I'm just telling you this, and this would be interesting because this is how shit works. Well, as we know each other, there's been a lot of stress. We're deep into the project. We're deep into the point where we need. We're looking for. It's time to make the thing. Anyway, when you were telling me, man, that just go to that bass line, I'm going, well, hang on, man, because that was a section. You know what I mean? And it's not enough of a section if all we're doing is turning the guitar off. We can't ride that thing for 4 minutes. You know what I'm saying? But what you were actually looking for was like a transition into the other thing.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I mean? And I'm going, fuck, man. I'm my focus is being able to have A, B, and C, and we just took a thing that we made an A and a B out of, and we're throwing A away because you don't like the way that B shakes hands with A. You know what I mean? And so we get spinning our wheels, or maybe
a little bit
agitated because we're actually both trying to solve the same problem.
And
so because I didn't like that idea, but I totally get it. If all that bass thing's doing is giving a better transitional move to that other riff, then what I'm saying is, I guess I was leaving that understood that we figured that out, but. Yeah, I didn't see that kind of dumping right into each other. We'd have a way to make that move. So, and I also didn't think that don't would be good for us to use in the verse because it would undermine it as a B section, right? Right. So now all we're doing is getting back to zero. It's this way I see it, and there was a lot. So if we can address,
that's right. I mean,
how to. Move more quickly in those moments of it's because we're actually on the same page, but we're seeing it from such opposite ways of looking at it.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I'm sure we have
that we get hung up because we're both real specific about how we view things.
That's right. And I mean, there could be some. I mean, there's probably some opinions that are different too. I mean, I never got the impression you were real lit up by that bass thing, but that thing really lights me up. Because it has because it feels like it feels like something on there. Kind of like how that So True bass line had
I get that.
A busted feeling that's awesome.
Yeah.
And so I'm just looking for things that I can build a song around.
Get you moving.
Kind of like how we found yesterday, what was that thing that like
kudzu. Man. You like kudzu. But
the first thing was like kudzu, and on the surface it's fucking what the fuck's that?
Yeah.
But it
All of a sudden
was
it
doing
became
something.
Billy Idol
It was starting to do something tangible.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking for points of tangibility.
Right. And if any, yeah, exactly. If any of this shit is of value, it's like, man, those are the kind of things that less patient people or less committed people would get mad about, and it would break things apart at the knees. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get so fucking mad about something that you'd walk.
That happens to artists.
Yeah.
It's called, what do you call it? Artistic differences?
Yes. But we're actually not indifferents.
Not really, because I don't think we want different goals.
Right.
We want like maximum effect.
Yeah. And that's a real funny one, because I was upset about going, look, man, we've got to get 3 different movements, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And using that bass by itself I felt like was like, well, that's not enough of a change to give us a movement, and it's undermining its best use as the other thing. But all you're talking about is an arrangement move to get space into something, and all I was doing is I suspend that part of the way I look at things, because that's a known quantity for me. You know what I mean? Like, well, if we can get 3 movements that function independently, we can figure out how to make them work. But if you can't get a second movement without seeing how the first movement hands over to the next movement, like I say, I understand.
There's probably different ways to skin a cat.
I don't think that we could do any good work if we didn't have this kind of, if we weren't on if we didn't see things in a strangely offset kind of way, we wouldn't be of benefit to each other.
Probably not.
Right?
No, because then it would just be going either in too much in one direction or too much away from you.
But the most interesting thing about it to me is that, and I've said this when we get into arguments, we've identified it, whether it's music or another thing. It's like, hey, we're talking about different sides of the same coin.
That's right.
And you become certain that, oh yeah, our mutual agreement on the big victories is absolute. And
That's
so
right.
Figuring out how to understand each other more quickly, I guess, would be a lesson learned from this one. But okay, I see what you're saying. But you know that, like, man, when I start giving too much authority to certain parts of the creative process that I feel like are the less important ones, then I feel like like things can start to slide away from. They can fall into the things that have been a pitfall that I've experienced in the past, and it's just not the same situation.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, I mean, it's good to hold on to your. It's good that you're holding on to that, so that we don't fucking derail. But also, I'm not those motherfuckers that you've dealt with before.
Right.
Like I'm aware that things have to affect.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, but so I don't know.
That's right. That's right. So that's but that's an interesting thing to get in our, as much for my own reinforcing of the understanding, because man, we had a rough 8 to 10 days there where there was
that was bad.
Well, we just kind of felt it was just a miscommunication of this isn't how we got to where we got to. And to be honest, yesterday when you did that thing on bass and heard that, and you and I both was like, that's something. Like, like those are the, that is a mutual understanding that we have has created all this stuff.
That's
like
right.
That awareness and immediate recognition of those things, right? Not convincing each other of, not trying to win each other over to one point of view. The things that we really have been absolute. Like, you see it like, oh, that was something. What just happened?
Oh, where we see it at the same time.
Yeah. And so that's that too. So it's just a sequential thing. And hey, it just is simply this: you can work out of sequence, much like a Tarantino thing, and I've observed it and acknowledged it many times and remarked at on how remarkable it is that your thing is if it's almost like this. It's wave mechanics. This shit gets really heady. There is something about it that's cosmic. When I say you're cosmic Kakalakian, you say that right. There's a thing in wave mechanics when they can perceive how a single photon of light, a single particle of light works.
Yeah.
We'll keep moving, but they can fire these things out in this scientific test, and what happens is they can isolate a single particle, and it will respond. It will start to print itself, or its destination starts to make the shape of wave interference.
Yeah.
When there's no wave interference. So it points to something about particle having some information that we're not able to perceive that is still directing it. When it's isolated from interaction with other particles, you would think that it would run a straight line.
Right.
But it doesn't.
Huh.
And then the more times you fire that single particle, without wave interference, it still ends up making the pattern over time that wave interference causes.
Huh.
And all I'm saying is that sequential but out of sequence thing that's still ending at an ultimate result is part of the kind of how things come to you. You know?
Oh, so you're saying that there is a pattern in the universe that does, or it's mimic it.
This is mimicking on some level
some logic that already exists.
And it's one thing that there's major debate about. Like Einstein, they've been trying to discredit his situation, and he observed the thing and said, well, all that can possibly be is that there's like something akin to gravity or things that we know exist now and can have a formula for that we don't have a formula for. Like we can't see what that is.
But it's there.
But it's there. And that out of sequence it's got to be something to do with the same thing, man. Man, it's more like it's like a free radical, you know, in some way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It is that. Anyway.
Yeah, no, what that, before we move, no, that's fascinating because I've always felt that, I feel that I've always felt, well, even more recently, that I'm highly logical. So when these people get so mad at me for thinking I'm illogical or something, or emotional, like I don't, and so the fact that you're saying that there is some pattern, yeah, it's interesting to me.
Well, and the artistic people are, typically, I would imagine the brain activity is affected by more things, and it might be being affected by that same thing that affects a single photon that we can't see.
It's interesting because, like, you can make good art from an emotional place, like a deeply wounded and emotional place, but not exclusively.
Yeah.
And just because you're emotional doesn't mean you'll be a great artist.
And just quite, specifically, the way I've seen you work with things out of sequence that ultimately end up having sequence to them, is remarkable, and it mirrors that
that's interesting.
Law of physics kind of thing they're trying to quantify.
And I'm sure you'd find it with other people.
Yeah.
Like Tarantino, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how he works, but it'd be interesting to watch.
But it really did strike me that thought is an energy in of itself.
Yeah.
And artistic people have the capability of thinking in outside of linear ways that other people
it's non-linear
think, you know what I mean? And that's why I say, and when it comes to arrangement stuff, those things are fairly linear, and that's my point of view coming outside the room in. You know what I mean? It's like mine comes in that way, and yours comes in a different way. So, yeah.
But ideally, we'd both be able to use our strengths towards creating.
That's right, and we have.
And to keep but you're right. Hopefully, we'll save a little time with it as we go.
Yeah, well, every time we kind of figure out, it's like, oh, okay, I get it. That's that. That's just that, you know. So one thought that I had. This is real simple, and you potentially mundane, but it might throw you down a. something as simple as you know, see what else happens next is if we just suspend that idea for a minute as being potentially right, you know, you know what I mean? So I wondered about in that verse if there was a way that you could get something that felt like well, I won't get as specific, but I'm thinking if you did something with the bass on those phrases that goes down against it going up.
It should.
Boom, dun, 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 or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because so you do like that melody?
I'm not married to it.
It worked. That other stuff didn't work. I remember that. We tried that, didn't we? We tried
to get off
it like
that.
kills the intent or it kills the
thought.
The thought line.
Because the thought line is
kind of direct.
Yes, and it's crystalline, and it has a bit of the ether in it. You know what I mean? And when you get into pentatonic kind of bluesy stuff, it changes the sentiment.
Too much.
You know? So I think it's about more like, because, well, right, okay, look, we get back to what we've probably already identified on here, but that bum 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 bum, that scale, bum 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 bum,
ascending,
right, and it's literally, and I don't know my modes, right, but there's a feeling in that particular scale. It's got a suspension and a tension in it.
Could that walk up be adjusted at all, or improved upon at all?
Well,
without changing the whole, not going pentatonic on it. Or do you think that's the best iteration of what that can be?
I would just say for now, start with let's try playing something
on the bass.
Yeah, and we don't have to hear that vocal right now, but against that drum groove.
Probably what this song. Oh,
no, go ahead.
Probably what this song is going to require, because just the blues riffing didn't work at all. It may just require actually. There's something right now, and maybe the bass will solve it. Something about the melody still bothering me, but the other thing didn't work either. So I wonder if there's like we could be real deliberate about choosing the melody. You know, like not riffing, but actually just deciding on it, looking at notes. I just want to make sure that melody is the best. It feels weird for me to sing it, but maybe it won't once the bass is right. You know, I don't know. That's probably fine. All right, what do you want? Let's just do what you want to do.
It tends to always not do what I meant for it to do for the better. So if you start there,
all right,
something might
jog.
Yeah. You got to start somewhere.
And maybe I might be just overthinking it, bro. Honestly, we probably just need to just finish the thing out. Because I think that melody's I sang. You gave me that melody, and then I went and sang it. I went and sang it with lyrics with pretty much ease.
Yeah.
You know, so there's probably no reason to overthink it now.
There's a different problem, probably. I mean, it's something that we'll do. We'll fix it. You know what I mean? So yeah,
it's funny. We had a ton of people when we were talking politics,
and then they all left.
Yep.
It's all right.
That's kind of how it works, isn't it?
I'll get our tuner plug-in on here. So what you're doing right there is like I was thinking. What's going on is you are onto something that I was thinking that could be a single note guitar thing against a different bass line, and then maybe nothing works, but one thing shows itself to be the better idea. Let's see if this. Go check the tuning real quick. So I'm thinking in the verse. Let's see. Start this as 2.0 or something. So, one thing I was just looking to see if we gave us a start was just descending against the vocal ascending.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So descend it.
Yeah, that would be the start. So I don't. Try to however that is, you know what I mean? Try to just see what happens. It'll
Loop.
Yeah. So, out of curiosity, let's see.
I like that.
Right, and I would do like.
You like that?
Yeah, like I say, this might just be the first idea that gets us somewhere. You know what I mean?
I like it a lot, man.
And I
Love it.
And then the idea would be.
I love that.
It would do that kind of, like.
You make bells and whistles sing.
So you'd be like.
I bet you think shit don't stink.
So where's that other thing?
I think that melody's good. And I think it's somewhat in the delivery.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think it has to be overly emoted.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, it is kind of, that it is, yeah.
I think it'll work, especially with that bass line. Like, if it's just kind of nonchalant, but still in that melody. Not pentatonic, no pentatonic, but just...
Right.
You think bells and whistles sing.
Now, this may not work at all, but...
Defeat.
You know what I mean?
I wonder if it even has to do
The
that da-na-na-na right there, if it just goes to that bass thing again.
Don't
maybe,
don't.
and you can
Yeah,
go back
I mean,
to you can't defeat.
I understand.
Yeah, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's like arrangement shit, kind of.
But well, no. If that leads you to a next thought, I don't want to interrupt that. So I can make that happen for you to see if that opens the next thing up.
Well, yeah, because you kind of want to go back to another verse, don't you?
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, I would do that. Yeah, I would put that bass thing in there for 2 measures, and then we go back to the next. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, but that's great how you did that, dude. You just, man, you took the yes out of the yes. Thank God. You know, that makes it not proggy.
Yeah.
Because that proggy thing, it was just where the thing was placed, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't that fucking crazy?
Yeah.
That Mind of a Child thing yesterday was like that too.
Yeah.
It just, when I offset it,
Yep.
it just, it took it out of that gay.
Yes. Yes.
That's why I'm working with you and not Neil Peart.
Dude, right? Well, there's a particular voice. I just believe that the voice of these thoughts, like Rage Against the Machine, to speak
it's too square.
But in its moment to speak to what it was speaking to.
But they're square.
They are. It was a square idea. What we're talking about.
It's not a square idea.
You know, I mean, the reality of it is kind of coming out of that "don't tread on me" thing.
Kind of.
That's groovy.
Yeah.
"Don't tread on me" is groovy.
Ours is.
Yeah, you know what I mean. But take down the corporate machine. That's all mechanical and Nordic. You know what I mean.
I feel like ours is more like "give me liberty" or "give me."
Yeah,
death.
it is. That is, and that's that.
Well, it's about our thing is more like about thinking for yourself, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because like even that Rage Against the Machine thing is kind of like think like us, take down the core. It's a bit collectivistic, isn't it?
Yep. All right. So I gotta look at how this thing works, or not necessarily for a minute. In the arrangement. We need 4 of those. All right. So 5. Okay, kind of.
Jay said you channel freedom of speech.
Is that right?
That's kind of true, I think.
Did that Carriega?
I mean, yeah, that's kind of what we're talking. I mean, that's that's a component of what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's it.
But it's even more than that. It's like it's
That's
also
right, Jay.
just freedom to be,
Yeah,
like to
freedom
be
to
left
be.
and to be left alone.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
There's a bit of a live and let live thing in there.
That's right. That's right.
But freedom of speech is part of that.
Right. So you have to say things that step on the toes of the people trying to moderate speech.
Yeah.
To be able to make your point.
Yeah.
You know, and that's simple. It's not like you got to say it my way, but you got to let me say it however I want to.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and it's even more than just talking though. It's
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like a state of being.
It is. Yep.
Because those people want you to be like just like a conformist, like a just like what do you call it? You have a word for it, interchangeable part. They're just looking for interchangeable parts.
Yeah.
That's not what human beings are.
No. No, but I mean, look, the funny fucking thing about that idea is just, you really want to spin your head out. The fact that we all only experience this point of view on life, yet they tell you be the same thing that everyone else is. It's like, well, all I got is this.
Yeah.
I got no other. I can't even prove to myself that you exist. You know what I'm saying? This is all I got. You know, and you live in accordance with accepting the idea that other people actually exist, and you want to give them the same freedom to be as individual as you are wanting to be.
Yeah.
But that collective thing is.
What's the biggest lie about
the
collective thing?
The biggest lie is that human nature is predictable. That it's predictable at all. Like that the absolute all people are willing to help their fellow man. That's a farce. That's just not fucking true. They're only as willing to do that as their accessibility of their next meal. You know what I'm saying? You fucking get hungry enough and you won't give a fuck about anybody else's point of view. Right? So there's By nature. Now, what do we do when circumstances are ideal? We help each other. You know what I mean? And so, but to deny that we're both, and that collectively, like by joining the collective, it will eradicate the worst of our instincts is just not. It's observably untrue.
It's never worked.
It's never worked. It won't do. The only thing you can do is to offer people that their individual experience is above all the most important thing. And inside of giving yourself that individualism first, then you can be good to your fellow
Others.
man. But
you have to have a root within yourself.
Yeah, you can't lead with serving. You know what I mean? It's like it's just altruism is a farce. You know what I mean? It's like that's just not. It's not reality. It requires that everyone participate with benevolence,
and that they don't.
Just fucking don't.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I don't think we're here to be people's doormats anyway.
No. Yeah, don't.
But I do believe in service. But
yeah.
That's different than altruism.
But that's what this. I mean, there again, that's well, when the need becomes to serve people reinforcement for their own access to individuality, then that's your service. You know.
Yeah. Everybody has a different form of service.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is going pretty well today.
Yep. All right, so then I'm going to throw that other. Now, at that point, after that does that one time, you just want the bass thing by itself again, or do you?
I would do it for 2 measures,
just
and
the
then
bass
and then we
thing.
go back to the next verse, which is the same thing that you had.
Okay. So then that would be 10 measures, I believe. Oh, I got 4 of them. Let's see. That'd be 67. Yeah, right. There's 10 measures. All right.
I might be able to even lay some other shit when we get to record making.
Yeah.
That like offsets that even more.
It is, but right now, because both of those things need to have a little bit of
lilt.
Yeah, and change in them, but it's at least it's blocking it out in a way that can make you feel the idea.
We will have to go iron that out though.
Yeah.
At the end.
Oh
of it.
yeah.
That may take like a day.
And we could do it now if it.
No.
As long as you can.
No. That's not
complete
arrangement.
your thought.
That's not arrangement. No. I don't want
Right.
to do that because that's like a whole. But I'm just saying it'll have to have a lot of variation, but
Right.
not very too much.
Right, like conceptually singular,
But
with a little performance variation.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, but that works at least in a form.
Totally.
That supports that da ba 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 ba. Right, we feel all right with that way.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that thing could get as funky as Superstitious. You know what I mean? Like
totally.
You know what I mean? Like that. Ba ba
It
ba
needs
ba.
to. Well, it needs to.
Like
It
by
needs to get as
by the
funky as
second
Stevie
time,
Wonder.
that's why I do perceive that. That's what I was going to look
Okay.
for. It's Judson's right hand of rhythm guitar going.
You know what?
You know what I mean?
Man? We don't lose that thought. You won't lose that. will
No,
you?
I've had it for.
Okay. If we really want to do this thing right, like we need to try to outdo Superstition.
Yeah, that's the way I've heard it. You know what I mean? And then you get the Paul McCartney chorus thing. You know?
I think that's okay, or did I derail us with that weird ass shit? I think it'll work.
Well,
as long as the rest of it's groovy.
We'll figure out the economy of how much of that what, because there's a better version. Your actual version is better than what I keep singing back to you. We'll have to go, review that. But I know this much of it feels good. Well, another bad song stuck in your vein, or whatever.
It's fine.
So
It'll be good. I'm not going to
stuck in your
question
vein. You know.
I think as long as the groove is just, as long as the groove, it's got to be just Superstition level.
Yeah.
Because think about it, man. That's the reason that song stuck around.
Mm-hmm.
because the groove of it is so good.
And it's a feel too, right?
A feel.
Just because even that lyric is just about creating the feeling.
Superstitious.
It feels like New Orleans voodoo. You know what I mean? That thing does, right? Like it just is what that does. So yeah, if you can create that, then you're good to go. I think this is big because it says something.
Yeah.
You know. So all right, so that can work that way. What else do you need me to do to feel from there? Where do you want to feel how that next time? Or does it go ba da da da, or does it go ba ba da 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 da?
I need something to eat.
Yeah.
And then I need to think about it. I've only had a yogurt today.
I haven't had anything. I have a burning in my. Let me see what I got.
I gotta have something.
Yeah.
I can't think about it anymore.
I'll grab something.
You got something?
For these folks. I'll see what's down there.
All right. But yeah, I think I kind of have an idea of what needs to happen. Yeah, I think it needs to go. So it had that. You had the intro.
Mm-hmm.
You have that bass prelude, verse.
Mm-hmm.
Bass prelude, 2 measures. Verse. Then you have your.
Does it go? Probably, right?
I think so. Well, and then I think you go back to the top. I think that goes out. I think, yeah.
Because that's our big. Whiteness, hallelujah.
Yeah. Then you go. I think. I said let's try it that way.
Yeah. No, that. I don't think we have to overwork that. Now we just say it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That'll do.
That's pretty cool, man. That'll do. How many of these reaction videos are they gonna make, Lace? How many are they gonna make? It's still happening. The reaction videos are still happening. Why is it the perfect reaction video piece? It's time to eat. I gotta eat something. It's about 5 o'clock. I'm trying to watch my weight and work on records at the same time. And since we're not smoking cigarettes in this studio, it becomes a bit difficult. I imagine making art in the past, before the anti-smoking thing happened, you would just kind of quell your appetite or whatever, your sustenance. You'd just be smoking the cigs, right? Well, I got nothing to reach for, and I'm not smoking marijuana in here, and I don't have a vape. And plus, I only had a yogurt today, so I'm going to eat whatever Shannon brings me, and Shannon always has good food. So this is an archive of Judson McKinney and the Wanderers, Volume 2. It's the next wave of music. I believe we're committed to 3 volumes of music. 3 albums, if you will. So this is the 2nd album. Shannon keeps talking that we'll never have to do this again if we get the laboratory right. But we'll have to do it again. I'm committed. I committed my life to 3 Judson McKinney and the Wanderers albums. I plan on honoring that commitment, come hell or high water. Not a lot of people know about this channel yet, but they soon will. The whole world's gonna know about it. I was thinking about our commitments and kind of what we set out to do, and I realized you were saying maybe we wouldn't have to come back in and do this again, but we will, because we committed to 3 albums.
Oh yeah. That's. But
This is the second album.
Right. So but just meaning.
Maybe in this way. Maybe the third one will be a little different.
No, I mean like we'll have to get into the real world, and we'll have enough of this to actually penetrate the wall of commerce and presence.
But this is basically the second album, isn't it?
I don't even look at it that way. You know what I mean? It's just it's amassing. You know, if you want to look at that as 30 tracks, an album being 30 tracks, then I'm more inclined to count it as like, well, that's 15. You know what I mean? Then,
I feel like this is the second, because I measure it in terms of like what the energy, like it's partly a function of time, it's partly a function of completion, and it's like I felt that after we did Champion of Losers, like that was done, like something was like that was it done, and then it was like everything now. This is distinctly different to me.
Yeah.
And that's how I measure it. You know, I guess how it is commercially released is yet to be determined.
Yeah, I don't think that's even as much of a function, so I'm not.
You don't trip over it.
Yeah, I just go, do we have enough music
to go
to tour twice around the world?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
that's right.
That's kind of more like where
you're coming from.
Yeah, and so
that makes sense.
However they aggregate as a body of work.
Yeah, and that doesn't much matter anyway, because they re-aggregate, like the biggest bands,
right.
Like their stuff re-aggregates.
Yeah.
The biggest selling Eagles album is Greatest Hits Volume 2.
Yeah.
That's just kind of funny sounding thing.
Yeah.
That's their. Why did Volume 1 not? It just sounds funny. Number 1 album is Greatest Hits Volume 2.
I'm gonna.
What do we got here?
It's a little dip in the
chips and dip,
and I'm gonna spin us up a drink.
Okay, great.
And I think we can kind of bite into the concept of this thing. I think that there's a lot there.
So this dip goes with these. What do we got? Oh, we got craw taters.
Those are, man, those with this
is killer.
Oh man, it's a thing.
Wow, that is a thing. That's good.
Yeah. I don't have to use that thing.
That's really good.
Oh no!
What kind of dip is that?
It's that Dean's French onion, which is sort of just it's the one.
Really good, man.
Not yet. I know this fits in this thing, so I'll just do it. Let's see, what is he?
So good.
Yeah, 4812. 4812 is what this is. Four shots of antifreeze.
Reaction videos are a big market on YouTube. That's right.
Yeah.
He overheard my conversation.
Yeah.
I sent this to Lacey.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're still making these, dude. Like they're still making. Like this came out 5 days ago. Some girl. Like they're still making these things about that thing.
Wow.
And I was like, how many can you? How long are they gonna keep just doing that?
No, I know.
But I guess it's because reaction videos are. They're real big. Huh. I wonder how we could use that to our advantage.
Reaction videos don't work to your advantage.
They don't.
No, they work to the
platform.
It's people glomming on.
Oh, it doesn't help you in any way.
Yeah, it might help.
It's like free advertising.
It's free advertising, but it doesn't. But it's what do you say? It's just a populist way to try to get attention on there by tagging it.
Well, I know that. I know that, but they're advertising your.
Right, that part helps, you know. But that happens once they like something. That's that's just a natural. That's something that's there that was never there before, in that way.
It's like a phenomenon.
Yeah, because people could, if they liked your shirt, they could only wear it on the street. They couldn't create an audience to show, hey, look at my new shirt. So that'll help.
You want to see something funny?
Mm-hmm.
And this goes back to that. Remember when you said women don't want answers?
Yeah.
So you got to tell me whether I should tell her about this or not, or just let it roll. So you know how I was helping Lacey with her website. So she started. Mm-hmm. She added a tip thing, if you've seen me. Mm-hmm. And then she said, "Serious," and then she added this: "I don't respond to loyalty or dilly dadlying."
Oh, I'm sorry, man. That's funny. That is funny.
I figured I'd just let it ride.
It might actually be better.
I think it is. I think it is. It's
actually
really.
more,
It's more. It kind of. That's what. It kind of. It has more of a shape to it.
It's got more, and it's kind of a provocative. Like it kind of go. Oh, I got to find out what this is about.
Yeah, it does.
Right, a little bit.
But that was not intended.
No, I know. Yeah.
That's really funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't respond or dilly dadlying.
That's strong and wrong. But that's how you do it. Strong and wrong. You know what I mean? That is how you do it.
Yeah, don't hide your light under a bushel.
No.
Just be it.
Just let it fly.
At this point, just go for it, right? Yeah. So funny though.
Do you want any of this?
Yeah. You gonna have some?
Yeah, it's been in there for a minute. Let me see what the date is on it.
See where
that stuff is cured. It doesn't.
I think it'd be fine.
And it's never been opened, so it should be all right. But
I'm not much of a believer in the expiration dates. Refrigeration's pretty good.
Yeah, we're ahead of the sell by, so we're.
Honestly, man, when things haven't been open, like it's in that airtight thing, like I've eaten bacon like a month later and it was fine. I think it just goes down quick if you open it.
Right, that's exactly. Once it's exposed to air.
Isn't that is really funny though, isn't it?
I mean,
it's just like you can't make something like that up again.
It's awesome. I mean, In her own way, she's a superhero. She's her own character.
She drove that truck.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it's not.
Dude, her affect when she was driving that was so funny. Dude, there was like no expression.
No, it was all business. Right?
I just don't think not every girl's gonna be able to pull that off.
I can't think of one. I can't think of another.
It was all business.
Yeah. And we weren't even important.
Not at all.
Enter at your own risk.
Oh man, that was a fun time.
That was. Well, yeah. Look, man. Yeah, you just keep doing.
I ran into a lady around Midtown the other day, and she was like, "Judson," she's like, "Man, we saw your video." She's like, "Man," she's like, that blew us away. Like, I want to share that with people.
Yeah. The better.
I noticed all my posters got ripped down though of East Nashville. I was in East Nashville yesterday.
Yeah.
They ripped them down. Why those people didn't like the smell of it.
I would imagine.
It's not the authorities, because the other stuff is up.
Oh, really?
No, it's not the authorities doing it. No, it's
that thing.
That thing didn't like that. There's at my East Nashville.
Yeah. Don't. No, you can't let it. Can't let it.
That's a sorry bunch of people over there.
The fucking sorriest. Don't call that shit East Nasty. Don't even. I mean, number one, that is so repugnant anyway. But like to try to apply it, like it's a bad usage of wordplay to begin with. But to point it at a more impotent, you couldn't point it at a more impotent reality.
Man, that's just not a great group of people over there, man. I was up, and of course, anytime you go out, I went out just to try to unwind. I was like, well, I'll go there, because I was just trying to unwind. Man, I didn't stay very long.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's all like well, I'm a bit too old for it, you know. But it's not an age thing though. It's like because I've gone places where people are younger and I don't feel too old for it. It's
no.
I'm too old for that scam. It's a scam. It's a lie.
Yeah. It's Simp City. You know.
It's rough.
Yeah.
And the girls are not very hot.
No.
What a bunch of, I don't know, man.
It's a ruse.
It's a ruse.
Yeah.
God.
Well, we came to Nashville. Where's the Moroccan food?
It's definitely that.
Yeah, it's like, well, this ain't a big city. I mean, what part of this ain't a big city did you miss?
As much as I have a hard time with Midtown because it's just a bunch of rednecks, it's like more honest than, I mean, and my posters haven't been ripped down there.
Yeah.
They're still there.
That's funny. Yeah, it's like more working man.
It is.
Yeah, over there, people actually don't have anything to do but go around and pull signs down.
I just wondered like what like the impulse was. No, like I kind of wish I could have seen it happen, because it struck me. All of them were down. It struck me as there was some intent there.
Oh yeah. If they were all gone.
Yeah. I don't know that they were all gone, but I didn't go everywhere that I went, but a lot were gone. I mean, some of it could have been weather.
Yeah.
Rain. God, we haven't had this meat in a while. It's good. you work out today?
I did.
I did 3 miles, and then
good.
yesterday I did about 5.75. So
That's great.
I'm getting there. I know that I have a good workout if I sweat a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I remember when I lost all that weight the first time. I started learning if the workout doesn't have a lot of sweat, it didn't do.
I mean, when I'm practicing, even if I'm working on complex things, if I'm not at least getting a dew on me, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right. It's not.
It's not. I'm not really. You're not gaining anything.
Is ramen really bad for you?
No.
Ramen? No.
I mean the stuff out of the grocery store.
Yeah.
That like the college kids
Yeah.
living on ramen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's particularly good because there's no real nutritional value in it. And there's probably a lot of MSG in it.
Mm.
Which is
What if you don't use a packet?
I don't know. I mean, I like you're talking about bad, like how bad are we talking? You know what I mean? Like it's probably not much of anything. You know, when it comes down to it, probably not as bad as eating at McDonald's. You know?
Okay. I figured the worst part of the ramen was the packet.
Yeah.
And I don't use the packet. I just butter it.
What's that?
I don't use the packet, I just butter it and oil it. Last round.
Oh yes.
Oh wow.
What's that?
I know what's coming.
Oh yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
We should put that guy Arturo in a movie.
Yeah, he's good.
He's like classic, isn't he?
Yep. Oh, buddy.
Awesome, thank you, man.
You know how good that you're welcome. How good that is.
Raw taters.
How good.
You cooked anything good lately?
I made spaghetti last night, which is simple, nothing major. I mean, I'm cooking every night. And for what it's worth, I'm going to cook tonight in a couple hours here, probably.
A couple hours, knock it off.
Yeah, and then next week, man, if you want to start, we can start. We can try to push and start at 12, go 12, 8, 12, 8, 12 to 8, 12 to 8.
I'd prefer that.
Yeah, I mean, we can go 10 to 8. You know what I mean? Just
We should
to
do
get
10
these
to 8
things-
if we can.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Can you do that?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That'd be better. Because we're going to have to break soon.
Yeah. So I figure that we'll take those next 3 weeks and knock the shit out of
Let's
them.
do 10 to 8. Let's just say that.
10
And,
to 8?
and how many days? 6 days a
Well,
week or
that
5?
kind of what we do 5 and then that kind of a halfish day on Saturday.
So kind of like we're doing now, kind of relax.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
5, relax day on Saturday, off Sunday.
Yep.
And do until break.
Yep.
That'd be better, man, because I want to make the most of the days.
Me too. Me too.
All right, cheers.
Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers to this new round of work.
Yes. And we have been working. Every single one of these things continues to move forward.
We can be more.
We'll just. I think we can get a lot farther. I think
we can be better about.
We go 10 to 8 next week. By the end of next week, we could potentially be into recording the week after.
Yeah.
You know, I know I talked about, hey, as long as we're written by the break, then we're good. As long as we're written to the point where we know, fuck yes, then we're good. But if we beat that, so be it. But I think if we're focused and work long days next week, I think we're continuing to get these things tightened up to the point where the finishing, we could get it.
Well, good. And 10 to 8, having a schedule like that will help.
Mm-hmm.
So that just means I need to think about how I'm going to live that week for that week. So I need to leave the house by about 9 or maybe 9:15.
So I'll get up at 8, exercise and practice.
So when I walk in, you'll...
Good.
And then, so I'll do my exercise in the morning. So probably what I need to do, man, is just like when I get home, I got to do this, man, so I don't, because I have a tendency to drift in my mind. So probably what I need to do is like, probably just go to bed, right? Like pretty much start winding down once I get home, because I'll get home on those nights around 8:45.
It's going to behoove us to work with that kind of intensity for the next 3 weeks, you know?
I need to be in bed probably by like 10, right? I mean, don't you think?
Probably,
10 or 11. Because I want to do, unless I did my running at night. No, I think I should do the running in the morning. Isn't that generally better to run in the morning?
I just do the thing earlier in the day because if I wait till the end of the day, if I have to come back and practice more at the end of the day, that's one thing. But to go up there and work out, if I let it get late on me,
you can't go as hard.
I don't want to do it. You know what I mean?
I couldn't go as hard last night. Of course, I'd already done one in the day. I tried to do one again. I did a 4.5, and then I was going to try to do another 4.5. I couldn't. I lasted for about another 1.75. I just got to be a little more disciplined about that, man. Like, I didn't even go to sleep till 5 a.m. I couldn't sleep.
Last night?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Well, yeah. And look, I ain't backing off of anything, but an 8-hour day is a solid day for writing. 8 hours, a long day of writing.
Is that what 10 to 8 is?
No, that's 10 hours. So, you know.
No, we should be doing 10.
Let's see what we got. And then if we're toast by 6, then we just call it earlier, you know.
Nah, I don't think we should. I think we should commit to a 10 to 8.
No, I can do that, but I'm just saying there is a reality of that. You know. See how we do.
No, when Elon, I know, like to start a company and stuff. Like Elon Musk said, he was doing 18-hour day or like 18-hour days.
Yeah.
I don't think we can. We're talking about doing a big company.
I'm just talking specifically about creativity. Sometimes
you have it waxes and wanes.
It's different, you know, a little bit. But yeah, I think we should treat the schedule that way.
Absolutely should. At some point, I gotta.
That's the whole point of me getting that payout and clearing all other work out.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Well, I think we can. It's easier to treat the schedule that way now. Harder to do it when you're in the early stages because you're so subject to the creative part. Now we're like, I mean,
we kind of have a system.
Yeah. Yeah, because we got footing on the songs.
Right. Exactly.
You know.
But I am still content to view it that way. We work those hours for those next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
If we have every song written ironclad the way we can,
yeah,
that's my goal.
Good.
And if we beat it, gravy. You know what I mean? If we get there faster,
then even better.
Even better. You know.
Do you think you're related to Nathan Bedford Forrest?
I have no idea other than if you're in the South and your last name is Forrest.
Yeah.
It's a high likelihood somewhere.
Somewhere.
I don't know how far removed it
Is
would
that
be.
just how that kind of works with names?
I believe so. Yeah.
It's weird because then easily, like, there's a bunch of McKinneys that were related to us, but then there's a bunch that we don't know. Like with that McKinney dealership, I don't know them. That's so
Right.
big and easily. There's a car dealership that's been going on for.
Yeah.
But it has to be somehow related if they're all.
You would think.
It's got to be.
It got to be. I mean, I think that's what look, we're all related at some point anyway. It's just how close.
The only musical thing that I can trace was like what I told you was that birth connection to Juilliard.
Yeah.
And that would have been a great grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
My genetic cousin is he's got the touch. I don't know what he's doing with it, but
Yeah.
he went to music school.
Oh wow.
He's got a touch. I played with him at my sister's wedding, and he and I we fell right in.
He's natural.
Yeah, natural musician. This is a good margarita, man.
Just check another one off the list. You know what I mean? Like I was just sitting here thinking about it. It's like, well, I don't have to think about that anymore. Like, you want a margarita?
Yeah, we don't have to.
Yeah, we don't have to, I mean, I will. Like next week, maybe we'll go. Earlier this week when things were less certain, I got enough groceries to cook my way through the rest of the week. So I'm going to finish that out. But then next week, on some of our 8 o'clock wraps, we'll go see our friends. Go see our friends at Ponchos. It'll be past time by then.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Man, those chicken fajitas are so good, and just it's fun to go over there.
It is a better vibe than the other one.
Then the
one we went with Mark too.
Yeah, that one.
The other one's too chaotic, or it's too.
Yeah,
it's just not chill enough.
Right.
Like what I like about Ponchos is like it kind of reminds me of just eating in Clemson, like before Clemson was big.
Yeah.
It's just like just chill.
Mm-hmm.
It's never like overwhelming in there.
Pueblo is just so busy.
I don't like that. That's what I don't like about it.
And when all those years that I went so much, they were busy, but you could go in at certain times and it would feel like it feels over there.
Oh, okay.
That's
what I think. That's the main thing I like about Ponchos for me. Like it's just that relaxed.
By the time we go, we're usually 1 or 2 tables in there. It's just
and I like that.
Yeah.
Relaxed.
I do too.
It reminds me of this place over in Woodbine, CM Cafe. It's a Thai place that Lacey and I go to sometimes. And, man, it's like we're sometimes usually like 1 of 2 tables in there. It's just relaxed.
Yeah. Quiet.
And also, like, I like places that are not like overly updated.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like that trendy, like, try to appease those, like,
yeah.
I don't like that, let's appease the people looking for Morocco. I don't like that, that whole thing.
Right.
Like, I like it when they don't give a fuck too much.
Yeah.
Like, Ponchos isn't overly nice.
No, and it's the same as it's been for 20 years. I mean, it has not changed.
I like that, just, like, unchanged.
It's unchanged in every way. The same people are working there. I mean, the same servers. It's Arturo and that other guy.
Oh, he's always been there?
Arturo and the other guy,
That's funny.
Those 2 guys have been there for 20 years.
Man, if only life could be so simple. I wonder what my life would have been like if I'd just been a waiter at a place for like 50 years and had a good wife. And
Yeah.
Doesn't seem so bad. He doesn't seem too stressed out.
Arturo?
No.
Oh no. His energy is good.
It's just like, you know, good.
Yeah. And even the owner, man, you know, the one I pointed out, this guy, the owner of the place, he's not uptight.
Nah,
you know?
they're not too uptight there.
No.
Man, I can't wait to go to Mexico. South America. It's a whole other world, man. Hell, I can't wait to go to Europe too. I love.
Anywhere but here, man.
I just need a break.
Anywhere but, well, I don't even need a break. Like,
you need out.
no, now, you know, when you're traveling, you get the benefit of us being a stranger in a strange land. You know what I mean? You don't experience the mundane
that they do.
Of the yeah. So it's a little bit of a romance, you know. But just the general disposition is better. I got to think about that.
It's different.
I think it's more the close company you keep that's the problem. Like when we're out around here around strangers, it's not so bad. Although I guess it is. Because I think that the point of view that you realize you're encountering most times. Yeah, no, it's not as good. It's not
Where?
as good. All around here. Like just the states, but like when I go,
they're not all the states are equal though, are they? I mean,
they're different in certain ways. But like
they're-
if I have to go to the store, if I go to particularly like a hardware store, Lowe's or Home Depot, you know, if I go there, if I go to Walmart, if I have to.
ugh.
But all those places, the vibe is bad.
The vibe at Walmart's horrible.
That's horrible, but I'm saying like just like even in general, like the people when I'm going there, they are so. Like I'll just measure it this way. I told you I've been ridiculed as a kid. They used to make fun of me because they said, "Oh, you smile all the time," you know. I didn't know I was doing it. Now when I go around here and you try to interact with people, I'd say 9 out of 10 people don't react to kindness.
Oh, over here is real bad.
Yeah,
in this area.
Yeah, I'd say 9 out of 10 people.
Like this Franklin, Nolensville area is horrible for people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's beautiful land out here.
Right.
And no, but like at that Publix, man, it's like it's generic people. It's like there's no.
Yeah. Well, the Publix now, my Publix, it's all crazy people, and I kind of like them. Like they're.
I like the workers.
Yes.
No, I'm not talking about the workers. I'm talking about
the people in there.
No, the workers are great.
Yeah, the people in there are wretched.
I don't know if they're wretched or not. I just don't. I can't tell what they are.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they're consumed somehow.
Something's not present.
They're not awake. They're not awake. Like
what are they consumed with?
I mean, what
are they consumed
I consistently remark it when I round a corner and I see someone. What is the interaction going to be? And it's usually not just dismissive, but cold.
I find it to be very cold around here.
You know? And I'm like, what's your fucking problem? You know what I mean? Like, what I wanted to ask you, what do you do? Like, why does it stick up your ass? Like you must live close by, which means you are not doing too badly.
Man.
You know what I mean? Unless they're just strapped, just trying to live where they want to live. You know,
I don't know, but L.A. wasn't even.
Yeah, no, it's cold. A particular kind of thing here. Yeah.
It's kind of that. It's real bland.
It is. Stepford Wives kind of shit.
I don't like it.
No, I don't either. I like where it is, and I like the fact that it's not overly congested because it's too expensive for overcrowded. You know what I mean? Like, even though it's more crowded than I want it to be.
I don't like much anything about Tennessee, bro.
I agree.
I just don't like it.
Yeah.
I love the South. I just find Tennessee to be like kind of a shit hole. It just doesn't have.
It's the worst of Southern white people.
I think it is. I mean, maybe because it's starting to get into that Midwestern thing.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have the vibe that an Alabama has or a Mississippi.
No, because when you go that far,
it gets vibey.
Yeah. Yeah. Here is got. Yeah, that's right. And the problem is you got what you do have here is just that mountain hillbilly bullshit.
I don't like that.
You know.
And it's also there's also something now, not so much around here, but there's like there's a frenetic energy like that I don't care for. And I don't think I would mind it if there was a payoff on the other side of it. Like LA has it, but I can sort of deal with it because there's some really cool things there, like ethnic food and like,
Malibu. You know,
yeah, but there's no payoff for this
such,
freneticism.
Yeah, Ventura Beach and I mean, there's things that are the Hollywood sign, the hills. You know what I mean?
The seething energy I get in Tennessee doesn't
pay off.
No, the only good thing I can say about it, it is a really big good thing, is that for some reason the business climate in Tennessee for like somebody like me when you're just coming into town, it was much better here than anywhere I've ever been. Like I was able to get to people like you much quicker than I would have been.
Yeah, I can see that because you do have that like however that worked, you know, it is that, man, because the difference between Blackbird and Sunset Sound, Sunset Sound has a lineage of things from Prince to, you know, and so there is a little bit of a lack of accessibility about it.
And that's not good if you don't have money.
Like the people, like right, if you have money and you go in, the people that I experienced there are awesome, right? But
but you got to have money up front.
Right.
If you don't have the money up front in LA, you can't make it work.
Right. That's right, and
you don't have to have money here.
No, that is that Southern thing,
which is great, and also all the bad things I said about Tennessee and all like kind of that neutral, no vibe thing. From a cultural standpoint, that's bad, but from a business standpoint, it's actually good because like there's kind of a neutrality here, which is really beneficial.
I get that.
Like, because even when I was in Charleston, which is not known to be a big music town, it was more exclusive to do things there, but in a fucking stupid way, than this is.
Yeah.
Like this is like pretty much you can do it. Like if you're not totally fucked up or like you'll find somebody to work with.
Right.
They're not gonna ostracize you. Now I've heard you can get blackballed here if you're a jerk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know if that applies to me because I'm kind of like never really done the whole country thing, but
yeah, it's
but I have heard that Nashville will blackball you if you're mean. Is that true?
If I'm being the most realistic approach I can kind of put on why that is the way it is. Nashville can't reject based on specifics because it's not a merit based. You can suck at music and still be
eke out something.
Yeah,
that's kind of what's good about it too, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's why they don't like. These places around here are not going to turn work away because they need to keep the room occupied.
Right.
Sunset Sound is going to have a certain clientele. Now, even when it's slow, they're still going to have, big time people vying for the spaces. You know what I mean? Like it's like people go to Sunset. You know what I mean? It's not the same. It's not competitive in the same way.
Mm-hmm.
So it has to be more accepting.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's better to come here though if you're an upstart.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anywhere else you can go. Except the internet. I guess straight to the internet. Like Oliver Anthony went straight to the internet.
No, you're right. I think this is for that reason. It's possible. It's more possible here.
I think it's entirely possible.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's certain if you stick with it here that you will land something.
Yeah.
But
you can go to LA and never connect the dot.
And even be talented.
Yeah.
And never connect one dot.
Yeah.
Because it's so bought up.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I don't know if that'll become that way here. I don't think it ever would become that way here.
No, because we're past the time where the output of the music industry will make it exclusive. We're past that point. There's so many people participating; it's not going to be able to be exclusive.
The problem is here. There's too many people participating.
Yeah, right. So it's like you're not going to get vetted at this point.
Well, you're not.
Yeah.
So that but that goes across. That's a global thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So when we're doing business, part of what we'll have to do with certain people is just position ourselves in a certain. It's just from a brand standpoint.
Yeah, groovy and fun and.
Yeah, because those people. There'll be a certain group of people we'll have to deal with that won't understand that our music's different. Probably, like they're just fucking.
Yeah, they don't know.
That's what I mean. They won't know. So, but what they do know is, they know the business. So we have to be conscious of.
Yeah, all we gotta do is that's right.
Does that make any sense?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of people can't tell the difference of. Something.
People feel, but when you're having a conversation, you can't show them that. They have to be in the room with it.
Yeah.
If you get them in the room,
then they know.
Then
they'll know.
It's not up to them.
Yeah, because they'll feel it.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like the other night at the 5 Spot. I mean,
everybody was into
as
it.
weird as that place is, and the fact that we were playing to the establishment, literally the establishment. We were playing to the employees. You know what I mean? For the most part, they were incapable of separating themselves from it and just treating it like a gig. They became a participant in it. And that was the only thing I was looking for in there. It's like, oh man,
they loved it.
That guy that treated me with that typical fucking
malaise.
Yes, and there's an indifference, like aggressive indifference, right?
That's East Nashville, isn't it? Yeah. Aggressive indifference.
Yes, that guy, one of the bartenders that treated it that way, was watching and moving. You know what I mean? Like, that's really that's remarkable. To remember that guy? He's a big, tall guy. Big, yeah. Tall,
aggressive
big,
indifference.
Aggressive indifference. When I was, trying.
We won him.
Yeah, I was trying to be nice to him. You know what I mean?
Didn't work.
It didn't work.
But the groove did.
Yeah.
It disarmed him, huh?
Yeah. He couldn't reject.
Did he go? Ah!
He did. So
we're sliming people.
Yeah, it's undefeated. It is a little bit like that.
It is. It like you remember go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's joy.
You're gonna feel this.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't help but not feel our stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it comes on and you're like, whoa, this ain't the same thing that was just
on.
Yeah. It's not that. And they don't even, like, say that they don't think in terms of that. They're just purely reactionary. You know what I mean? And that's why I've gotten frustrated with the lack of support at times. And just anybody over the years to fucking listen to me. You know what I mean? Like, fucking listen to me.
I think that whole thing with that business thing we were in is just reprehensible. But I don't know. I still don't understand it. But maybe, who knows?
It's old guard shit. That's all it is. It's old way of thinking, and.
But I don't understand that because we're old school. Our shit's groovier than.
Yeah, but they're two different things. We're not talking about music. We're talking about business. It's old school, old failed model of looking at business.
But we run great business.
Yeah,
our business is great.
Yeah, don't look at it. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about they invest in one way, and they don't invest in the idea. They invest in volume and chance.
Well, she brought that up the other day. She was like, well, maybe you shouldn't have fucked that up with...
Oh, fuck no. No. They can't succeed.
That was hosed.
Yeah. Because it's sniffing up the asshole of a cadaver. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's doing.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Man, I'm pretty excited because I'm gonna apply for this school, and I just feel real confident because the more I learn, the better I'm gonna be.
Yeah.
And like I'm a business.
Hey, we made that decision that we were. If you don't understand that, you have to delineate. There's so much fucking. It's always been successful people, successful musicians were successful because they understood that it was a business. It's more literal than that has ever been. You can't just approach your music as business. You have to find an alternative business for your music. And if you're not doing that, you're fucked.
Yeah, dude, we have a lot of people right now.
Yeah.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to Judson McKinney and the Wanderers, and we're talking business.
It's called Martini Time.
Shannon is referring to the Good Old Boy Network, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, to some extent. And when I was earlier on, I considered that more, and that's when I felt like it was more pitiful, and petulant, like to go, oh man, you should be treating my music with more love, I mean, that, like, I did think that way at one time. Now it's just outmoded. You know what I mean?
Wait, you did think what way?
Like, oh, you're supposed to love my music, and you don't serve music, and it's, you know what I mean?
You thought that?
I did. I did. I thought, oh,
well,
no.
Yeah, but I mean, don't just totally tread on your innocent self. Like, I mean, music does matter.
But there is a learned thing about, like, well, not only does music evolve, culture evolves.
And that's right.
And you're not granted a position.
A license.
Yeah, you're not granted that.
Yeah.
And if the delivery system for music changes, and you refuse to adapt,
then you're fucked.
You're fucked. And that's what I'm saying about those guys. That was not a miss because they are not adapting. And as a result, there's no success there.
They're not adapting at all.
No, you must adapt. And they don't see it yet. They don't see the fact that it is dead. Like, not meaning that music's effect on people if you can get it to them, but the delivery system that they were observing
is gone.
Is dying in real time. If you don't understand that Spotify is incapable of generating a victory at this point, you're inept.
Well, absolutely.
Like and yeah, a lot of the people are disenchanted with it, but they still think that it measures somehow, and it just doesn't.
Well, the thing that no, that's right.
And if you think social media is an indicator,
no, it's a dead letter.
Yeah, it's not it.
Or saturated.
Right. Like there was a moment when literally the mathematics of it could do something, but you've multiplied it times 100 or 1,000, and therefore it can't.
Well, so what's available to us? What are the options that are available as you see it? To make this thing go viral. Yeah, viral.
I really believe in Russ's vision of that scenario because
I sent you a text about that last night. Yeah, that was on my mind.
But because as much as anything, money right now is critical. What social media did for a minute, it allowed you to circumvent money.
It can't do that now.
It's the density is too great,
and
it requires money to make it work.
And then it still doesn't work.
Then it's a loss, right? But there was a moment where you could trick it, but it won't now. So between Russ, because that can generate enough revenue for us to create enough outreach and optics to get interest. And then all we have to do is enough optics for someone to be convinced to put us in front of an audience. And the scale of the audience doesn't even matter. Because if we can get in front of 200 people that are there to receive it, we can make enough money on merchandise from 200 people because it'll matter so much to them. You know?
So that's how you see it.
That's how I see it. And I think that what happens is once that starts to move, it's going to move at light speed.
Yeah, because we can deliver.
Right.
I'm still looking for that thing that makes it do it for them. But I'll just keep looking for it. I think that thing
is the almighty dollar.
I'm talking about a mode of persuasion.
A mode of persuasion to get people to move?
Like that Oliver Anthony thing. Like what that is like what it does is it does the work for it. Like because it goes. I feel
even that requires a certain amount of money.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It's but it's not quite the same thing as buying something off.
Mm-hmm.
Because it has jet propulsion within it. It has jet propulsion within itself. Rhetorically.
Honestly, man, I think more and more consistently that no one's going to know who he was in 5 years.
But not because of how it started.
Right. I agree.
It's because there may not be a catalog.
It just literally can't sustain itself.
Yeah, I'm not talking about a catalog.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about a start.
Mm-hmm.
You need some kind of rhetorical device
you
to engage a conversation. That's separate. Really, to be honest, man, that's completely separate from the quality of the work that you have.
Yeah, and that's why I come back to money, I think, and connection.
It could be that simple.
It
could.
You know,
it could, because even that thing required some astroturfing money, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. It wouldn't have just done it.
What did he say? 24,000. He said specifically
24,
24, which is different than 25. If you say 25 feels like a guess.
But that guy also has animus towards.
Yeah, but 20
because that guy wasn't that Spotify thing he's doing.
But 20.
You don't think there was some animus?
No, 24 is a specific number based on understanding of reach.
Oh, so you think he was being matter of fact?
Yes, I think when he said 24
without bias.
25 would be you know this amount of money, but $24,000 is very specific. He said $24,000. You know, which means he knows how much $24,000 will get you.
But I'm saying that guy's not the only guy that spent $24,000.
No.
So that's what I'm talking about, rhetorical devices. Mm-hmm. Like $24,000 is not going to guarantee you
Well,
that.
the rhetorical device is just something that matters to people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's just something that matters.
So how do you get?
What matters greater than that to me is what you represent to people.
They have to experience it, though, I think.
Yeah. Ultimately, people want to be, and this is a key word you keep using, and that is right. Entertained.
Entertainment.
Right?
Entertainment.
That motherfucker is not entertaining.
But it's doing something.
But it's because it's touching a nerve that is being entertained by other things. But he is not entertaining. He's a fucking ordinary fuck. You know what I mean? He's not entertaining. You can't debate that. It is not entertaining. You are hearing a vessel for the thing you already want to hear. But it's not entertaining.
I'm just saying, if we had a fourth of the traffic that he's had, we would be probably by Bridgestone. Because people would, what would happen is they would, even if we had a fourth of that exposure.
But think about that. I believe that is accurate. Do you think he's not an entertainer?
It's more a songwriter.
And he ain't even that good at that. Like, what is the draw? The draw is he's saying something that people want to hear. But he's not entertaining. I can tell you, I've seen it, he's not entertaining. So it won't last. He's not an entertainer. It won't, you know. But so what you're seeing is that people want something that represents an ideal that matters to them. But if you can couple that with entertaining,
So we got entertainment in droves. I'm just saying, how do we bridge the gap to something that matters to people?
Well, what that thing is doing is it's tapping into an artery that's already being addressed, but it's in a medium that isn't being addressed, where it's not being addressed.
So we do that?
They're touching alt media.
Shouldn't we do that, but with our shit?
Well, I think it already is. It's just they don't know it exists yet, and that comes back to money.
It might be that. And honestly, we may already have it. It may be that vacation zone.
Yeah. Well, I don't even think you have to. I don't even think you have to push that hard.
I think it has to. Be pushed
hard. Well, whatever. But I don't necessarily.
That song was pushed hard.
Yeah, but I don't. I don't.
Yeah, well, because it has to be something that goes to a mechanism within another person. I don't think people can do that with just music. It has to be an idea that people can get behind.
But I think you can feel the idea, like that Uncle John told you.
Well, yeah, you know? But it might just have to do. But then it's maybe more incumbent on who's hitting the hammer with it.
Right.
Like if Kid Rock. If Kid Rock were to come out and be like, these guys, I think it would do.
Yeah.
I would, because he's got a hammer that his gavel.
Right.
It does have a reverberation.
It has a large enough audience.
Yeah, it will.
To get you started.
If he does that, it will do.
Yeah.
You know, I guess it just maybe it depends on that. You know, like who's saying.
Right.
You know, like who's vouching for it.
Right.
Right.
Right. Right.
And so that's
why the European audience is important, can be important, is because when you say you got to put it, so the Kid Rock thing would put it in front of people that are able to receive it. There's way more bandwidth than his audience that will receive it.
Yeah, but you kind of need somebody with. But he's an internationally known. I mean, he's toured with the Stones.
Yeah, but.
I'm not saying that's the only way. I'm just saying.
But I'm
like,
saying
it takes somebody.
The equivalency would be. You just need something where people are available to listen, and that is why I think Europe.
Yeah, because it won't matter as much about a celebrity there, will it?
Right.
Because they're already kind of.
They're already
available. They're already available for it.
Mm-hmm.
So then it becomes like maybe just getting out of here.
Right, and Kid Rock's audience is available.
Yeah.
You know, they'll
I see what you mean. You mean. We don't need that kind of endorsement to play there.
Don't have no, not over there. You know.
But can we get volume without it? That's my question. Because there's no way to get volume here without it.
No, I just believe over there that it'll spread like wildfire. But what we can
You're probably right.
What we can
probably
do
right. Based on what I've seen on this channel.
Yeah.
The consistency I've seen, a lot of the folks, the most, and not to knock our American audience, but there's a big consistency of people coming back who are from Europe.
Yeah. Because they don't have it.
So you're right. That probably will do that.
Mm-hmm. And that's where, sort of the impending obstacle is an attribute. You know, the impending.
If we use it.
Right. No, I ain't gonna sit there on that, man. I told you I can't. I got a 3-year window here, no matter what happens.
Right.
You know what I mean? No matter what happens. And,
right.
And that's not going to solve that equation.
That. Right.
No.
This can.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the only thing that can. You know. And it ain't even about that. It's more about, like I told you, man, I'm going to see this thing through because it's my life's work.
Yeah, it's a culmination of everything.
No, this is what it fucking is.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yes, my life's work too.
Mm-hmm.
No, and I care a lot about it, and I've been puzzled by the lack of support. You know, I've been puzzled.
Hey, it isn't just a lack of support. Don't think for a minute that.
Not from you. I know.
But I'm saying there is a conscious agenda.
Well, I'm a little bit perplexed as why I didn't get. I am a little slightly perplexed why I didn't hear anything back from Rosen and them. Now they did. He was emailing me back for a while, because I think if they'd listened to what I sent, it's remarkable.
That's just apathy.
But it's remarkable what I sent.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's and particularly how it separates from what's actually out in the world today.
Sure.
And I'm a little surprised.
I didn't get to Bob.
Probably not.
No, there's no. I mean, I have no doubt it did.
I'm a little surprised, just a little bit. You know. It's not over yet either. I mean,
that's right. They're just old as fuck, man. They just are.
It just is what it is.
Show me anywhere in the fucking pantheon where anyone old.
No, you're right.
Ever made a difference.
No, you're right.
You know.
No, you're right.
They represent something that's true, and if he heard it,
I just know he has, in the past, not often. I was just a little surprised.
Well, he fucking supported Wycliffe, whatever the fuck that guy's name
pretty
was.
good.
I mean, he's all right. You know, it's
he's
like,
not me.
No, but I mean, like, really, like nobody really cared past the 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. You're right.
But he did.
You're right.
You know. But I think he was susceptible to, you know, his own ego and being, you know, stroked by something that he thought might have cultural attention at the moment.
Could be. Usually they are. People are.
And that's why I say if he got wind of it, he would.
I believe so, because I know how he's responded to other things. Like I know how
they're just older.
I know how he responded to Jeff Tweedy.
There's a massive difference between a 60-year-old man and an 80-year-old.
Yeah.
Man.
Probably if I'd caught him when he was 60, it'd be different, because he loved Jeff Tweedy and he loved Wilco.
Yeah.
And my shit is just like Wilco, but like fucking way the fuck better.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like Wilco with purpose.
Right.
Because I think what he liked about Wilco was that Tweedy was like completely singular
and
vision.
willfully ambient. You know what I mean?
I don't think the ambience is what Dylan loved. Probably it was probably just the willful individuality.
Right, that's what I mean.
But my thing is like willful individuality, but with purpose.
Yeah.
Like behind the songs.
Yes. He didn't hear it.
He just didn't hear it.
Mm-mm. No, it didn't make it that far.
That's just unfortunate. But you're right. There is a huge difference between an 80-year-old man and a 60-year-old man.
Yeah, 60-year-old man is in a position like, hey, I got one last shot at this thing.
Yeah.
An 80-year-old man is
on his way out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It just is what it is, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It just is what it fucking is.
And it's probably Rosen and not Bob. You know, Rosen's probably just checked out. You know.
He ain't young either.
Yeah. Right. You know what I mean? and you know, Bob might go, oh, you know what, man, maybe so. You know, right?
Nothing to worry about, is it?
No.
I don't know, man. There's not a lot of people that I look up to, and well, you never got to play with Jeff Porcaro.
No.
But you did get people close to that camp.
Right.
And I got to work with Chris Shaw, who was like Dylan's personal engineer.
Yeah, you got close.
And he and I are still cool. Like I texted him at the show, and he texted me back.
Sure.
He knows what that was all about. He's done 3 albums with him.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably have a beer with him someday.
Yeah.
He could tell me more what it was about.
Yeah. I just believe it's never hit its mark. He doesn't know. He hasn't heard it.
Well, man, let's go out and make something happen, and maybe he'll be forced to know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because if we have massive success, everybody's gonna fucking know.
You do have to get to a certain point where I think those. Well, I know that's how that is. Those connections work when they have to follow you.
Yeah.
They don't help. You know, they show up. You know.
And listen.
Yeah. So you just keep doing. You know.
But think about how far we've come in 2 years. We have a brand. Look at that shirt.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it exists, man. We didn't. It's just not speculation.
And that's the best one, I think.
Yeah.
Like, I like that explosion, but that thing.
Oh, yeah.
That thing is a trademark.
Yep, it is.
And it represents what we are.
Yep.
Stan Lee level, bro.
Yeah, this is subversive, man. Rock saw it and said, "Oh wow, simple."
He liked it.
He stopped. He did double take. He said, "Oh man, it's simple." Remember, that's what he said.
You think he saw it?
Oh yeah, he said, "Oh wow, simple." Right?
Yeah.
That's the word he used. You know. I mean, isn't there some long-standing, observation about simplicity?
Yeah. Totally.
You know, And so when he saw that, and the first thing he said was, I watched him. He looked at it. He said, "Oh man, simple."
And it's a testament to Rodney, with kind of what he was able to. It's kudos to him. Yeah, here's the quote that an intellectual takes a simple thing and makes it complicated. An artist takes a complicated thing and makes it simple.
Right.
That's a pretty good one.
Rodney did it.
He took a complicated thing
Yeah.
and made it simple. Because our stuff is kind of complicated.
Yeah.
Everything the shit we're looking at is complicated.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure Rock saw the initials inside that and thought, fuck, simple. That's simple. Simple design.
Badass.
Yeah. Yeah. Next
That's
level.
totally badass.
Yeah. Next level.
It's Western. It can live here. It can live in
global.
Europe. It can live in Mexico. It can live in.
Yeah. Well, you said it on that night when we got off the phone with Rodney. You said, "Man, he really liked that roach." Remember?
Yeah.
You said, "Man, he liked that roach."
Yeah. He started tweaking on that thing.
Yeah. And he did it. He put the two things together.
That roach really bugged him.
Yeah. And you can't. The thing about it, however we use the name, that roach would not look as good without those initials in it.
I'm not hung up on that thing, man. I've thought more about that.
It's just whichever way it goes.
I actually am not sure that calling the band Renegade Roach is the best idea.
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
My position on it has been wherever opportunity is.
I think we could use both, like at a certain time, like pit one against the other,
Well, he did it. That's what he did for us. It doesn't matter.
I don't think it really matters.
It doesn't matter. And so if you have a partner that wants to move on one idea, well, then you just go where the money is.
Because it's all the same.
It's the same. And what they don't know is that it's an escape hatch.
Yeah, I think we're doing pretty well there. I think you definitely want to use Renegade Roach for FIFA.
Yeah.
I agree with Steve on that.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't take those initials out because it won't.
No matter what anybody wants to do, if you took that out and made it solid white, it wouldn't work.
No!
It wouldn't work. It just would be a bug. It implies something.
A lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
A lifestyle brand, motherfuckers.
Yeah, no, Rodney, man.
How's he doing?
I haven't talked to him in a minute. I need to. But yeah.
Great guy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what is it? No, that thing's remarkable, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Does he know? He doesn't know, probably, does he? Or maybe he does.
I think he does. I think he does know.
That's a serious deal that he did that.
I mean, he even told me, he said, "Oh, man, that's just kind of a, what did he say? He said, that's not hand-drawn. That's just a mock-up, He said, at some point I'll do you one that's hand-drawn. But...
Show the audience.
Oh, yeah. Do you see it?
It's
Get
remarkable.
Go to renegaderoach.com.
And I put it in the comments.
Shop renegaderoach.com. Get you one. Yeah.
No, it's not, and it's, dude. I've dabbled in graphic design myself, and I don't. Just from having to even attempt to solve problems with graphic design and just with design, it's very hard to distill an idea. That's probably what put Kid Rock on his toes a little bit. Is simple. There's a reason he's saying that. Yeah. Because it's hard to do that. It's
right.
It's hard to get
simplicity.
It's real hard to do. Well, yeah, because it can. I mean, if it's just simple, it could just be real mundane. It has to be simple with a thrust.
And art.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he said, "Oh man, simple."
Art. It has to be art simple, and the best logos are like that.
Yeah.
But and you can see it when people try to use logos that don't do that.
And Schnurr saw it, and he didn't see this one.
No.
Well, I was wearing it. You know what I mean? But he saw the other stuff and was like, "Give me that."
Oh, he. He did.
So, and everybody else has. My friend that with pedal train.
Yeah.
I told you when I told him the concept, he was completing my sentences within 30 or 45 seconds.
So we just gotta wait for this new year to arrive.
He called it radical individualism, which is populism.
Yeah.
And if he made
It's
the
a portion of
connection,
it.
he made the connection between Renegade Roach and radical individualism. You know.
Good.
Yeah.
Radical individualism.
And that's a
is good thing.
successful business entrepreneur. You know.
Oh, he made it
Oh yeah.
without you telling him.
Oh no, I didn't. I was saying, here's what we're doing. He goes, well, tell me what you've been doing. And I said, well, we're doing this thing and that thing, and I got about 30% into my explanation of the idea, and he finished it. You know.
Wow.
Yeah. And he said radical individualism.
Well, that's what we are.
Which is subversion.
We are. Me and you were totally like.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're
Well, I
radical.
will not be told. Right?
You can't move us off the. It doesn't move.
No, it doesn't move. Yeah. And all you got to have is 2 or 3. Right?
Yeah.
We got a strong 2. You know? And now old John is probably our 3rd.
Yeah, we've been needing a 3rd since the other one dipped.
You know. But 2, it says very, very specifically that when 2 or 3, and I believe that's, you know, the way I look at those things, they're absolute in a certain kind of truth. And why it says what it says is that I think if you have the strength of 2 in enough of a coalition,
Yeah.
it's enough.
It's enough, yeah.
But if you get 3, that's back to that thing I said about the numbers. Like when you talk about a song or a record, making a record, you have these attributes that, and maybe you have 6 of them, and you have to get a number of 100 to get a successful outcome. Well, that's what that thing's talking about, 2 or 3. Well, if you have 100% of 2, you don't need that 3rd.
Nah.
You know, but if you can get 90% of 2 and 20% of a 3rd,
You're good.
You're good. You're good to that number.
Well, I think we're doing all right. I'm looking forward to the new year, because the one thing that really kind of doesn't weigh on me, but I kind of, you know, it's kind of a burden, but I'm not impatient.
Oh,
about
the
it.
separation I don't like. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I was talking about. I really just want to use the power of the Atmos room. Like I really do want to court suitors.
Well, you can keep doing that.
Well, I'm not. How? I feel like I'm at a roadblock.
Well,
I think part of it is, well, how? I mean, how am I going to keep doing it? Because it kind of requires.
yeah, both of us.
Well, no, it didn't. No, it just requires. No, it doesn't. It requires John.
Oh, well, he'll do it.
But it's his. He knows the people. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, well, he'll do it for us. You know?
I'm just saying, like, when's the? I'm having a hard time getting a hold of him a little bit, but I figured it's that Wichita thing. I mean, he does get back to me, but I'm saying it's not normal. I mean, he must be busy with something.
No, I believe it's simple. When I saw him, what did I see him 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
But when I saw him 2 weeks ago, he brought everything up, not me.
Okay.
I went in to just be supportive of him,
Okay.
and he brought everything else up
All right.
and said, when this thing goes through, we'll be.
So we're kind of just waiting on that a little bit. Huh?
Yeah, we got stuff to do. He said.
Okay, cool. So I'm thinking what's going to happen is probably I'll be able to keep working on that while you're gone.
Yeah, no, a big part of his situation is waiting on that other thing. And December 15th is the date on that.
Oh. Well, shit, that ain't that too far.
Yeah. Because it keeps extending, and he's ready to go.
Okay, cool. Because I just know I know what that is. I know what we'll be able to do. You can't unhear. It's like you can't unhear it.
More importantly, you can't unfeel it.
That's what I meant.
I know, yeah, but you know what I'm saying. And that's the thing we have over the layman. They don't have to hear it; they feel it, whether they like it or not.
Yeah.
That's that big son of a bitch at the bar the other night. You know what I mean? That big oaf. You know what I mean? Like even that guy that I would have never thought in a million years would like dance.
He did.
He danced.
Yeah, man, I can't wait to put this in front of all kinds of people and see what happens.
Yeah, he was dancing, man.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny, man? They were grooving to Trans Vacation. I mean, it's not funny. You know what I mean? It's just like they were in it.
It is kind of funny, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you say it's not funny?
That's a little bit of that Pied Piper shit.
It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, who knows what people really believe about? I mean, they probably. I mean,
it doesn't even matter what you believe about it. It's what you know about it. You know.
I did want to ask you. We never talked about this. Did you see any riffraff when that like? Did you see any like uncomfortability or?
Not a drop.
So there was nobody.
That's what I mean. They were grooving.
Yeah. But did anybody look mad at it for a second?
No. I think what you said is right. In those live situations, more times than not, people don't even know what they're hearing yet. You know? So they're just so. Okay, now let me just put this in. My buddy Craig told me, he goes, I don't even have to hear the words to know what that thing's saying.
I think they knew.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's why that's why I asked.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it would matter if they heard the lyrics or not.
Yeah, you can feel it.
Yeah, but that's why I asked. Did you see anybody like?
And that's okay. So you see the populace. That's kind of part of what we're talking about. You see the You see the layman in unison with you. That other thing, that industrial thing.
That's something else.
It is resistant to it, and it smells it like death. You know,
Because it means change.
It's a threat. Yeah.
God, it scared those people off. Remember that? Man, they took down everything about regarded.
Yeah.
Us.
They signed something detrimental to their own well-being in lieu of getting away from that. You know, there's no like that.
What a bunch of pussies, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's like real bad, isn't it? It's good for us.
I'll tell you this: what I do believe about that. I do believe there's something that wants to help, but not at the expense of its security. So I think there is, from both parties that are represented there.
Oh, okay.
Both parties. There is a respect and a what's the best word? Almost a reverence, you know, for the willingness to go there, but a complete fear of self-interest, you know. Yeah, and depending on how well he said if I was 40, I'd go with him.
Yeah, it's too old.
You know,
like what you said about the Dylan camp.
Yeah.
What he said, nothing happens from older people.
Yeah, you know, they're more interested in like
winding down,
and not just winding down, securing their outcome. You know. And that is true. That's just a reality. It's not like it's not really a negative mark. That's why I said it's not really a bad mark on that. In where it's at, because I do believe there's support, and when the right moment, not just that, I know there's support. And if there's an opportunity to help, it will. You know. But it'll have to be an opportunity that's not a threat to its own outcome. But if there's an opportunity to just the thing through, it will. Either one of them.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I believe 100%.
The younger one, too?
Yep. Even without their name on the dotted line, it'll help.
What gives you that? You just, based on conversations you've had?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I understand where they're coming from, you know. It's
logical.
It's logical. It's not necessarily heroic, but it's understandable, you know. But I do believe, because of that personal thing, and personal beliefs, if there's a moment where they go, and I don't even think they'll want anything in return.
Okay. Probably not.
I believe that. I do believe there is some actual goodwill
there.
Yeah, even from both. So I'm kind of like, well, let's just keep going.
Keep rolling with it.
Yeah, I believe that. I don't even think we have to talk about, we're still on the same team. I don't even have to be that. I do believe there's a they're available to help when the right circumstance reveals itself.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
Yeah, I'm certain of that.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. We need all the help we can get, man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know?
It's a funny thing, too, thinking about some of this stuff going to Europe with it, too.
The more you've talked to me about that in this conversation, the more I realize that the things that don't work here will I think will work there. It's a different. It's the mechanism is different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because like if you light people up there, they will pass it on.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas here, you can light them up, and then it just goes dormant.
Yeah.
Things don't really work here without a celebrity.
Right.
But
and the funny thing is, those particular celebrities aren't really
they don't work there.
Over there.
So if we're having trouble over here, it means we won't have trouble over there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, that's the answer, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to see those German girls.
Oh man. Yeah.
Aren't they real beautiful?
That's a good time.
I remember playing downtown and some German girls came in and man, they were there to party.
Yeah.
They were dancing.
Well, right, man. The only people that fucking suck are Western white people, man. You know?
They're so bad.
Yeah.
They're so bad, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Has it always been like that? Kinda.
Probably to some extent, man, because all these major rock, nothing really rock and roll. I mean, I don't know exactly how Aerosmith.
Why is it like that over here?
I don't know. Business tries to insinuate itself before reality.
Whereas their reality happens.
Yeah.
Naturally. Yeah,
because their systems are older, so the business side has already failed, so it has to have reality.
Oh yeah, the blogger I watch, he says, I prefer my civilizations pre-collapsed.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I mean, he just wants to just go ahead and live at failure because the teetering thing's sucks too bad.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just get right down into the vibration of oh fuck. You know? Because people act real at that point. When they're faced with reality, you know, like when outcome, that comes back to that thing I talked about, like, you know, things that are results based. Well, that's the same thing as saying outcome. You know,
what's funny though is you can't become. Well, maybe you can. I don't know. You can't you have to be from here though to go there. Like you can't be from there and do there, can you? Like,
no,
that won't work either.
No, that's why it's broke. And so then like okay, we thought about this a year ago. And I found that the resource I thought I had no longer was valid. You know, like
it's already defeated, huh?
Yeah, like the retail thing of trying to utilize and
that's already broken, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't work. so then it becomes okay. Well, what point of contact can I utilize to get us there?
Yeah.
And then this other thing raised its head, and that has direct relationship access.
Man, I'm excited, dude.
You know, that can do that because it doesn't we're going to be in a position. It's like, look, this ain't going to cost you nothing. Just put us there. You know.
I think you're right. You think you're onto something, man. I can see it. I can visualize it. There's a swath of people in Europe, dude. I think they're going to just go.
Well, right now, the establishment. Reaction to uprising is disproportionate, which when that happens, the populace is more
hungry.
Yeah. There'll be a fervor, and what you want, you want 100% of a small number, right? It doesn't have to be a huge number but when
that's right.
You want fervor
to start.
Yeah, you don't want apathy. You want fervor.
We want fervor yeah. That's right.
You know.
That's right. And it can grow from there.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you need the base.
You need the base.
Yeah.
Right. And
it's always how it works.
Yeah. You need the base.
You need say that you need 100% of a small number.
Yeah. Yeah.
To get going.
Yeah. And that's, like I said, that's just that fervor. And that's what, not to drag that thing up, but that other band that gets referenced that has gone over to the play, if that can go over there and play clubs, can you imagine? You know?
Oh, that thing?
Yeah. Yeah. That has no purpose or no point. So it's that thing is only being embraced because it's Western. And not Western in the sense of, but it's, it's coming from across the pond. You know?
That thing's so bad.
Oh, it's so bad. But what does that tell you, though? I'm not.
That thing's worse. That thing, in a way, is worse. That thing's worse than Morgan Wallen, dude. Like that thing's.
Oh, 1,000 times.
Because it has no. It doesn't even have an attempt.
It has no meaning.
It doesn't even have an attempt to construct something that
that says anything.
Yeah. It's not even aimed at anything.
Yeah, that thing's like aimed at a car wreck, but at least it's aimed at one.
It's aimed at something.
Yeah, it's aimed at something, a tragic outcome. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, that is what it is.
That is, yeah.
You know?
But like this thing you're talking about.
It means nothing.
No, that's the sound of
This fucking So all I'm saying is if that thing can go over there and be solvent, right?
Well, what will be the biggest obstacles over there? Probably nothing, huh?
There won't be, but there is a major political arm that is sniffing as hard as it can, like literally.
More in England, though, right?
No,
everywhere.
The whole UK and Germany. I mean, the trans thing came from Germany. You know that I heard that 25 years ago.
I think we'll be able to go sneak right in.
Yeah, but that is like Germany's no safe haven. But for a good reason. I mean, or to a good end. You want to be where
it's on the edge.
Yes, because the populace.
But I mean, is Germany and England the only places you think will be able to do it?
No, but initially,
to get
going to Germany and the UK is enough
to get it going.
Mm-hmm.
Like Berlin.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
London.
Yep. London,
maybe not.
That's a bit of a fuckery, but you know.
Maybe like what's that other
Manchester?
one? Yeah, Manchester.
You know.
Yeah, we don't need London.
No, but.
Where else in Germany?
But I mean, honestly, you know, if we, you got Hamburg, and you have
Hamburg,
Cologne, and
Manchester's where we want to be.
Yeah, Munich.
Munich.
Yeah.
Munich. You want to be in Berlin and Munich, and in England you want to be, or UK, Manchester.
Manchester, Scotland.
Probably Scotland.
Dublin. You know.
So like the first tour would be like 5 cities.
The first thing might, because of the point of contact and depending, will be Germany. You know.
How many dates?
You know.
Few.
My goal is 2 or 3 weeks on a club run.
That makes sense.
As long as we can go, look, we will sign an exclusive deal with you moving forward, you know. And so the first step is putting us on the ground. You know, I mean, if you want to if you can get us on festivals, that's fine. But
it all makes sense to me now, bro.
Yeah.
It is that. I can see it. I can visualize that. It's Germany and England. That's it. That's all you need.
Yeah, if you can
I mean UK.
Yeah.
Because we're counting Scotland and Ireland as well.
Right.
You just need those places. You need England, Scotland, Ireland, Germany. Done.
Yeah, places where there's a populist movement. You know. And
resistance.
Only because that's an indicator that the populace is available. You know, it's not it's available here. But
it's not.
The corporate end has it blocked. You know what I mean? Like the delivery system is blocked. That's where Oliver Anthony comes in. You know, he's circumventing the corporate delivery system,
which is remarkable, or inevitable, however you want to look at it.
Inevitable, you know, but if it was anything more than a grassroots guy with a guitar, you would not be able to employ the infrastructure necessary to get it to the level it has to be. That's kind of how he's able to scoot around it, is because there's only 2 moving parts. You know what I mean? That's you know. So, but you know, that'll be an eventuality here. You know.
You don't like that guy, do you?
Well, he's not really.
I think he's a goddamn genius.
In a certain regard, I have no doubt that he is.
To me, he continues to be like the types of posts I see him do.
Yeah.
The type of.
I just think, as far as music goes, he won't be able to move beyond a 5-year window.
He'll probably find another.
I think he'll be a talking head
or a preacher or something.
Yeah, he'll be a public figure.
I don't see him going away.
No, but his music will not win the room.
He's a pretty steely dude. People would figure that shit out.
But when I see him, when I see his visage, he's a giant fucking doof. You know what I mean? Like that's not. He doesn't look like a hero. You know, he looks like a junk. He looks like an inbred fuck. You know what I mean? And show me a lasting inbred fuck. He does. He looks like an inbred fuck.
He's actually pretty well spoken.
I told you that when we were in your apartment, and I turned around and said, "Hey, is that dude?" And that was when I pointed out, "Oh, this guy's a charlatan. He's not the thing that he's showing people." But still, optically, he looks like an inbred fuck, and there ain't no longevity there. You can't expand you're not attractive to mass groups of people when you look like a fucking inbred fuck. That's just true. People can try to rewrite what is attractive all they want, and you can't fucking defeat the eyeball test.
Well, everybody has a purpose.
Yeah.
He has his.
But I saw him and that other carp son of a bitch from the Marines. You know what I mean? and both of them look like inbred fucks. And like I say, nothing. Bruce Springsteen does not look like an inbred fuck. He doesn't. You know what I'm saying? Bob Dylan is odd as fuck, but he does not look like an inbred fuck.
No, he's striking.
Right?
He's striking.
These two sons of bitches look like inbred fucks. That's true. I gotta pee.
Oh man, welcome to the live stream, Judson McKinney and the Wanderers. It's a good day to be alive, man. Every day is a good day. Shannon is the closest to Jeff Porcaro feel-wise I've ever heard. Yeah, absolutely. Agreed. Shannon is the best drummer I've ever heard. There's a few that I really like. Charlie Watts. I really like Charlie Watts. I like George Rosselli. And Shannon Forrest. Those are my three drummers. But Shannon is my drummer, and Shannon's the best. Thank you guys for joining. Thank you. Feel free to engage and talk amongst yourselves in the chat room. We are a social Bob Dylan here. So socialize, be social, talk amongst yourselves, enjoy our chat room, enjoy our studio, enjoy Shannon's drumming, and enjoy our music at Judson McKinney and the Wanderers. Check out shoprenegaderoach.com, shoprenegaderoach.com.
Something's real clear to me right now.
Okay, let's hear.
Well,
yeah, I want to hear. Oh shit.
I've said you can't sing certain words. You can't sing certain ideas because there's no art in them.
Yeah, art.
Bad metaphor is a quantifiable, observable thing.
Both those guys have them.
That's why I've said when you speak a certain truth to a large enough audience, they may hate you for it, but they'll never forget it. And saying there's something in the orange, right, is equivalent. I told you can't sing the word baloney, right? Like it's really fucking bad.
Yeah.
It'd be trying to use, that's a bad metaphor.
I don't like it.
There's something in the orange. That's about trying to sing about pickle loaf. You know what that is? It's like sandwich meat with pickle and olive and shit in it. You know what I'm saying? There's something in my pickle loaf. Like you have to speak in terms that the layman can understand, but you don't use their fucking words.
That's what that's doing.
Yeah. So that guy getting latitude to say something as fucking pedestrian as there's something in the orange, like you're saying there's something in the sunset, you stupid fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you think somehow by saying the orange, it's like, do you realize what a bad metaphor is?
People love it.
It's structured. They'll choke on a turd the same as they'll eat a Big Mac. They don't love it. It's the same reason the same thing that's going to happen. The fucking Swift Nation is going to eat their princess at some point.
That's going to happen to Zach Bryan.
But yeah, because the tail can wag the dog, right?
Well, most of what I see on his thing is like him giving shit away and people being like, man, look what a great guy he is.
Right. I tell you, man, I never met a nicer guy than Jerry Roll.
No, that's mostly what I'm seeing.
Fuck you. You know
I just don't. It's just my problem with all that is that it's not the function of.
What has that ever done for anything?
It's just not.
Affability is a fucking failure.
Well, I mean, it always meant something to somebody if you saw this big, larger-than-life thing, and then, like, you know...
And they were still a human being.
Yeah, but
not at the expense of being larger than life.
Yeah, so this whole idea of, like, oh, let's skip the larger-than-life thing, and,
yeah.
Like, I don't... But it
He's
does...
down to earth.
But it does... Yeah, I know you say they don't love it, but it kind of... I mean, it does seem to be working on some level. I see people posting about it.
No longevity. Can't keep the imagination. They eat their own, you know,
and I guess in those comments that I'm reading, that's just a small percentage of who's hearing it.
Right.
It's not like.
Yeah, you've seen some that were bad though. When
well, it is mostly negative.
When that fucking Marcus King went on,
it is mostly negative.
Signed on for the Kid Rock tour. They were were trying to eat him.
Yeah, but he's more respected even than those guys.
That's what I'm saying. But they were, you know what I mean? Like, but
he can actually play.
Yeah. That's what I mean. But they were still like, oh, man, you fat son of a bitch. Don't forget you're fat. You know?
Well, yeah, because he's not so good that he could have won without that.
Right. Yeah, don't check your fat card too early.
He's a solid guitar player, but against reality, he's average.
Right.
He doesn't communicate anything.
He actually even sings in a certain kind of way pretty good.
But he's
like he can't say anything.
He's like top of the blues circuit.
Right. He belongs...
It doesn't go.
It shouldn't. It will never jump stages.
No,
you know
it has.
Over here, it can for a minute, but it won't long term. It won't, because if those people, they're constantly needing to be
re-engaged.
Right, and not just that. They require affirmation, right? And if you are affirmed by ordinary,
yeah.
You got to find a new ordinary every day. That's just as simple as that. With the arguments that I make, that is what it's about. If you embrace ordinary, everybody gets bored quick. Their attention span is this far. So if you're ordinary, it's no different than what they've already got.
I just don't see how it's even able to last. I mean, I don't even see how.
It's not, dude. The same companies that are forcing that son of a bitch down your throat can't pay their bills this year.
Yeah, that's kind of what Sean was talking about.
Yeah, it can't do. So, so the party's gonna be over, man. Like they're not gonna be. Oh fuck! There is a point where you can no longer lose money, you know. And so the audience may not be tired of dude yet, but they'll be tired in a minute.
And there's not been enough money made.
Not enough money made. They'll pull the plug and it'll be, we better find another.
Maybe that's why they call it quitting time. So, you know, the tour's called Quitting Time.
You said that, and that's real funny. I don't think they knew what they were saying.
But it doesn't seem like poetic justice.
Mm-hmm.
Quitting Time tour.
This isn't even my opinion, right? Like, if you are it just
bothers me.
Entertained by ordinary, then you got to change ordinary on a daily, right? It's got to be new. It's got to be a new ordinary, you know.
Gosh, it just doesn't have anything to do.
Now you can't run out of ordinary, you know.
You can't.
But those people, their longevity will be minimal. you know, because I got to have a new fuck. I got to have a new mother.
I guess it kind of works for the business though, huh? Because they can just keep. But
they think so, but see,
they're not able to make enough.
There's no real money there.
It's just coasting, isn't it, on fumes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Man, what a bunch of bullshit! I think I don't know.
It's a disgrace, to quote 45. What's his name?
Yeah, he always said that. I love that.
It's a disgrace. That is a good word. Like, it was a fairly mundane thing when he would say it, but when you say it with such venom, you know what I mean?
I'll never forget. I told you about my Aunt Martha. She was like 80 years old, and I'm just sitting on the thing. She grabs my dad's gut, and she just goes, "This is a disgrace."
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
It does sound funny with venom, doesn't it?
It does. You know, well, like when you address, you know, a professional in public and call them a disgrace. That word means a lot. Like it's more than piece of shit.
I know it is.
It's way more.
45. He loved that one, didn't he?
Yeah, it is a disgrace.
Schumer, he's a disgrace in many ways. in many ways, he's a disgrace. It's true though.
It is, and not that 45 isn't a disgrace in his own many ways, but it is a fact.
Golly, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. How do we get more volume?
This is funny, dude.
We got some comment.
just late. I sent this to Lacey. Oh,
No, I have nothing.
No, she gets so mad. I do this to get her mad.
Yeah.
I sent her that late. She goes, "Fill up your mind with more useful music."
Yeah.
She don't like that.
I don't know what it was that's listening, but literally because I watch a lot of automotive shows, and that typically tends to trend toward a certain database.
Oh yeah, totally.
The things that populate my YouTube. It was just funny because today when I looked at the thing, on the left side was Oliver Anthony, on the right side was Zach Bryan. And it literally, dude, it literally looked like a public service ad for inbreeding. It like don't fuck your cousin, you know. It's what it looked like. It looked like if you're talking about people in pop culture, it was the two worst looking motherfuckers. They make Mama Cass and fucking what's her fucking name? Take a little piece of my heart. What's her name? Joan Joplin. You know what I mean? Janet Joplin. Janice Joplin. It makes them look like supermodels.
But how long will these ordinary people? How long do they get their how long are they gonna have their
3 to 5 years max?
And then what?
Then people will go, "Do you remember that, man? You remember that?" It'll be that. Dude is intellectual enough to potentially hold down a podcast or be a preacher or something. You know, a televangelist.
He'll be a preacher.
You know.
I don't know what's gonna happen to Zach Bryan.
But yeah, it'll be that. Oh, you remember what happened to that guy? You know.
Well, good for them. Whatever, they're having their moment.
I don't. That part. If they get, $80 million a piece, I don't fucking care. Go.
It doesn't matter to us.
To me, that kind of thing, I'll shake your hand on that. You know, like, good for fucking you, man. How the fuck did you do that? That's amazing. You know, that's not the thing I'm talking about. You know, like if you can do that, I respect that. However the fuck you did that, you know. But like in an entertainment feed, when those two things bookend my situation, and I look at it and I go, well, hang on a second. This don't look like Prince and
Well, you saw it firsthand from playing with Toto, and then when Toto played with Post Malone, it was just kind of like,
yeah,
like Toto just blew it off the stage.
Oh
basically.
yeah. It was a writhing fucking pit of iniquity. It looked like Dante's Inferno. You know what I mean? And then when Post Malone was playing his biggest single, not a single fucking person was moving. There wasn't one person that I could see.
Well, his thing's
moving.
already going the way of the dodo bird, isn't it?
That's why he's sniffing up country's asshole.
Because
you know what I mean?
it's
like,
it's over.
You know, I gotta. How do I keep this thing moving forward? You know, they're grasping at straws. You know. Because if you don't say, like, dude's got nothing to say.
I don't think he's much better. I don't know if he's any better than Zach Bryan, to tell you the truth. It's about the same. Post Malone's no good.
He may be worse.
I think he's probably worse.
You know, because at least Zach Bryan was he a Marine or something?
Yeah, he's a Marine. He actually did something.
Now, Post Malone's just a tatted out fuck.
The thing about Zach Bryan that makes no sense is, like, it doesn't flow. Like I was like, yeah, like
that's what I'm saying.
Like
you can't go to the line. There's something in the orange. Whoa,
it gets
whoa,
even worse than that. It gets even worse
know.
than that, though. It's actually kind of hard to even say what it is. I'd have to actually look at each lyric. There's just something in the pacing of the lyrics where it doesn't. It's like the opposite of eloquence.
Right. No, it's a stumbling, bumbling.
It's striking.
Fool.
It's strikingly bad.
Yeah.
Strikingly.
Remedial.
And not like corny bad, like oh the other, like remember how Hootie was kind of corny or whatever.
Right.
Not that. Like strikingly defunct. Structurally
defunct.
And even that Oliver guy's his isn't like
his isn't structurally defunct.
No.
Sometimes his use of metaphor is mundane.
It's yeah, but it's not. This thing is like a particular thing. It's like
illiterate.
Where the sentence is.
He's fucking illiterate. You can't write songs when you're fucking illiterate. You know? You know?
He is.
He is. Yeah. Yeah.
I sent you some picture of him. Dude, you say, how about you can't defeat?
Yeah.
That guy looks like that.
Well, that's why in a very word to the wise, if anybody is watching.
They are. People have been watching. Hey, y'all.
You better be minding your own options. If you live in the wrong part of this country right now, you better start looking at trying to move.
Man.
There is going to be massive financial failure as a result of government policy, and certain states, retail and real estate outcome is going to be catastrophic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
Like, well,
I mean, I agree with you.
If you're in a high value economy right now, to our friends on the West Coast, you know, you need to be watchful about policy and elections and getting somewhere. Well, I say right now, you better get the fuck out of there now. You know, and unless you have retirement level money, like where you, no matter what happens, you got enough money. If you're living in a leftist political state,
yeah,
you need to cash out now. You need to move.
Very dangerous.
You need to move now.
Very dangerous.
Yeah, you're going to be dealing with
Cuba, basically.
Yeah, and mortgage rates. You're going to be in negative equity, and then trying to sell a property that you can't get out of. You know, there will be no market to come. You know what I mean? You won't be able to sell, and so when the policies hit that start to affect you above your ability to maintain your current financial obligations, it'll be too late to move.
Is it not too late yet, you don't think?
Yeah, you better be fucking figuring it out now. You know?
I'm worried we've waited too late to move countries.
To Mexico?
Yeah.
No, because...
will they let us in?
Yeah.
Because there will be a point where they're not going to let anybody else in.
Yeah. I don't know how... I think it's going... I think right now, you're talking about maybe a 10, 20-year window here for federal collapse. You know,
you know, your boy Chad. Remember Chad?
Uh-huh.
He was saying there's going to come a time where they're not going to let you leave.
Yeah, we're not.
They will stop you from leaving the
country.
country.
Oh yeah. I think that's 20 years out. You know.
You believe that he's onto something there, or do you think he's talking out of his ass?
It could be. I'm just saying, economically, dollars are not worth anything. Every single day that you have a dollar, it's worth less. And anything that's based on the dollar, which is your property, is worth less. And if you're in a state that is going to try to do what you're saying, like California's already tried to institute things to tax people 3 years past the time that they leave the state, which is unconstitutional, can't be done. But no, they've proposed that legislation. Newsom has proposed that.
You believe it will happen?
Well, it's unconstitutional, but what it can do in the meantime, until it's challenged, it can make you, if you move to Texas, or you move to, right now people are moving to Arkansas of all places.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. Because it's dirty.
Yeah, if you're moving there,
it's just shit. It's cheap.
Right, it's cheap. If you're moving there, they're trying to continue to make you pay state taxes for 3 years.
What kind of standing do they have with that?
Because what they can do is they can pass it at the state level, and then you have to challenge it at the federal level, and by the time you do, they've already got their money.
How would they enforce that, though? I don't understand how they'd even enforce that if you're in another state. What are they going to do? Like send?
I don't think they can really get it, but I mean it is. Check it out. They have proposed.
They're desperate, huh?
Desperate. It's desperation, man. And so that's what my point is. If you don't see that legislation as abject desperation, then you're fucked. If you're not, you know what I mean? Hey, I wouldn't want to leave California if I lived there, but you fucking better.
Flee.
Uh-huh.
Man, don't.
Unless you have fuck you money. Unless you are situated in a position where you don't have to concern yourself with it. But if you're a person that is out there that has...
They're all coming here, though.
Right. Don't bring your fucking policy
Don't bring
here.
that shit here, man. Mm-hmm. Great. Mm-hmm. That's so bad, dude. Man, fuck all that shit.
Yeah.
That shit pisses me off.
Well, it's all part of the same thing, and that's why I say, man, being on the side of something that on some...
That's interesting about Arkansas. Arkansas is...
It's like the number one right now.
Well, yeah, because it's probably dirt cheap, dude.
Yeah.
Because there's fucking nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
Dude.
And
it's a sketchy state.
Yeah, when we've talked about, like what would a civil war look like, and people are waiting to see it look like...
This is it, isn't it?
It's already happening. Yeah. When you see people willing to move from California to Arkansas, that's abject circumstances. California is supposed to be paradise, right?
That's just priced out.
Right. Yeah.
It's milked out.
Yeah. And so to go to Arkansas, I mean, fuck, I've been to Arkansas.
It's horrible.
It sucks.
I don't like Arkansas.
So what would put you there other than financial
solvency?
Decisions. And that, hey, man, that's what it comes down to. And that is kind of that awakening kind of populist thing. It's like, hey, you know what? I just want to live where I can live in peace. And part of that is like getting out from under the thumb of
government.
Yeah, and oppressive financial policy. So yeah, we'll go where it's the least.
Man.
Yeah, because that's the funny thing about Tennessee and Florida. From a policy standpoint, they seem appealing.
They're great, aren't they?
Yeah, but from a real estate standpoint, right now they're high.
The real estate's high.
Real estate's high. Arkansas is.
Is it lower than Mississippi?
No.
I wonder why people move there more than Mississippi.
The demographics.
Oh, because there's not. Yep.
I mean, I don't say that's the right reason, but that is the reason.
Yeah, because that's right. No, that's 100%. I wouldn't mind being in Mississippi.
I wouldn't either.
I liked it.
I like that about Carolina.
Yeah, I do too.
Because it's different. It's a whole different vibe.
I like Carolina.
Yeah. It isn't the same like when I went out to the Greek thing the other night at the truck.
Yeah.
That element in Tennessee is not the same as that element in Carolina. Not to say that there's certain places in Greenville.
My only problem with South Carolina and is that it's just a little bit tepid for me. Like
yeah. And it's
but
unless you're in Charleston, right? Like that area around Greenville and stuff.
It's tepid.
Not just tepid. It's kind of
stuck up.
Well, there's a certain aesthetic to it that is old and outdated and can't be advanced. You know what I mean? Like.
I'm trying to think if that's what. Yeah, that's true. I'm just trying to think if that's what my problem with it is or not. Because I like old things.
I don't mind certain old things like antiquity.
Yeah, there's something about it that's like, yeah.
It's like where it stopped in development is kind of old in a not good way. It's old in a prefabbed kind of way.
That's right.
It looks almost like a modular homes and
yes.
It's just like it's stuck in late 60s, early 70s kind of development.
That's right.
In a
not great way.
Right. Yeah. But that's the problem with it. It's just not. It's not aesthetically pleasing.
Not to me.
No. Except if you get on those coastal places, they're much older.
I love those places.
Yeah.
Man, have you been to Charleston?
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, but like the interior, like Greenville, you know, when you get into Greenville and the just sort of the general, it's real ugly. It looks like shit that's been sitting there since 1960.
I don't like it.
You know.
I actually, as far as the upstate goes, I actually like closer to where I'm from better. Like the once you start getting towards Table Rock,
yeah,
like Waha, like that corner of the Piedmont is actually a little more.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, it's got I'm not sure what that is. Is it that mountain thing?
Yeah, I like that. The foothills. I like the foothills. It's beautiful.
Even in Easley, man, you can kind of see. You can see Table Rock and all that shit.
I like Easley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the foothills. I just don't like Greenville all that much. It's like I don't. Part of what I don't like about Greenville is that it's like more frenetic than the payout. It's like it starts to get frenetic, and I'm not getting any reason. I have no reason to be stressed there.
No, Easley's better.
Yeah, because it's chill.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, and a lot of the upstate's chill, man. Really, Greenville's the only thing that's. I even like Anderson better than Greenville.
Yeah.
To tell you the truth.
Spartanburg.
I like everything better than Greenville.
Yeah.
There's kind of a plug up their ass up there.
Yeah.
You know.
They're like Yeah. They're totally. It's. Yep.
You know, it's a weird city though in South Carolina. It's Columbia. Have you been to Columbia?
Been. I mean, I've.
It's
passed
weird.
Through.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's bad, but it's kind of bad in a.
Well, that's where we almost got eaten by the dogs.
Yeah. It's yeah. Oh, wait. No, I don't think so. No. That
wasn't Columbia?
No, that was in North Carolina, I think.
No, that was Columbia.
Mm-mm.
Really?
No, but you're merging. You're merging.
Yeah.
There was a bad thing that happened in Columbia. No, it was where that hotel was like a total. Remember, like where that hotel was just that motel was like really rough. You remember, like it had like overcooked food. It was something like going on, like popcorn that had been overdone. It was on the ground, or.
Yeah, I'm confused.
No, you're merging two. No, Columbia was super sketchy. We stayed out there. You remember we had to we were like on the balcony at one point, and like people kept. Remember those two?
Yeah, that was Columbia.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was they called the cops on somebody. Yeah.
No, Columbia's bad.
That was Columbia. Yeah, the other one, North Carolina, is kind of similar.
Yeah. No, that was well, for us, the North Carolina thing was worse.
Yeah.
Because we had dogs chasing us.
Yeah.
But Columbia is like real bad. But it's bad in kind of an interesting way. I mean, that night was interesting.
Yeah.
It was kind of like...
Whoa, man. Yeah, that was a good week, man.
I hope to have more with you out in Europe.
No, that'll be a totally different vibe over there.
But I mean, just more.
Oh no,
adventure. That's all I mean.
No, it will be. It doesn't. It won't. It'll be like that where we can be wide awake and short nights and getting up and doing, but it won't be as treacherous.
That was treacherous.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
They didn't like the sound of that.
No, they didn't. They knew it too. They knew what that sound was. That's funny to me. Those dogs have been tased before. Like if you're in a situation where a taser is a regular thing, enough for dogs to know what it is, probably not too good.
gosh! And I just said, "Oh, you won't need that." Remember that?
Yeah.
You go, "Yeah, I will."
That's a good thing.
Golly, what would have happened if we hadn't shot that taser? Do you think they would have attacked?
Yeah. Yeah. And that big one underneath the tree, who knows how bad that one would have been, you know.
Probably would have survived.
That little sumbitch was troublesome, but he was aggressive. You know.
Something probably would have let it. It probably wouldn't have.
Somebody would have had to come out and helped us out, and that could have gone one way or the other.
Oh man, dude. What? What kind of bar was that?
It was.
It was listed on.
It was.
What's
Who knows, man? That was fucked up.
Just reminds me of going to Mississippi with Lacey and just being like, I want to go to another juke joint. She was like, another shithole.
Yeah. I don't mind that.
I know.
You know, like that whole time that we were down there, man. I'm a man of the people.
No, we had those were some of the nicest people I've ever met, though.
Well, that's what I was about to say. It's like in that hotel, it was all that traveling entourage of that particular community, and they were great.
Oh yeah, totally. Amazing. Should we get back to work?
Well, we only got about 10 more minutes before I need to. But I think we're good. We got a good. We can keep hanging for a minute, but that's a good. Yeah. Let's see what we got. See how that loads up. So let's see where we are. I don't know how this is going. Get to the other spot. It's here. Fix that real quick.
I think
you
should.
Yeah, let's see. So here's from that first.
To swell, like I'm hearing something like, I don't know, strings or what it is or something maybe we do, but like on that, as it goes, it needs to swell. It needs to swell.
Sure.
Somehow we need to make something to make it swell.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it though.
Yeah, that's an arrangement.
We
right there.
a lot. Yeah, you.
Let me hear it one more time.
Yeah. Ah! Yeah.
Can I I hear from the beginning?
Oh yeah, let's see. It's hard to say what the beginning is.
I mean,
on the map. Yeah, let's see what this does. Yeah.
That
Yeah.
That's real cool sounding.
Yeah.
All right. Is it too long? Like with the.
Oh.
I don't think it is.
Oh no. I mean, we're just now hitting the second verse. You know?
If we have to trim anything too, it don't matter.
We can, but like, as far as how things are.
Yeah, that's what I
handing
meant.
off
That's what I meant.
is
The handoffs.
yeah.
I mean, are they? But you don't think it's too redundant? No, because some of it's going to be. I think each one should be played.
Right. A little bit different.
A little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, some of that is, we're hearing the same information.
And without any
repeat.
no undulation, no.
Yeah. But as far as,
Just
does the musical movement of those things deliver?
You know what's working awesome is when it goes to that chorus.
Better than ever.
Just even the feeling of the music without it feels like.
Yeah, no, it does.
Yeah,
it totally does. It's like it feels like that Living on the Edge thing, except way better.
It's awesome,
right? I mean, it has that same.
We're living on the edge.
Yeah, it's got an ominous sort of feel about it, but it's better.
You were so mad at me when I did that G chord. I remember that.
Which
day.
one?
The top of that. You were like,
Did I hate it?
Yeah, you're like, that's not the right genre.
That one?
Yeah.
That?
Huh?
That one?
Huh?
Was it this song?
Yeah.
I thought it was a different one.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't the Beatles thing. Not the British sounding thing, but the actual chord structure. When I went to the G and then went to the, you're like, no.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, you were furious.
I take it back.
It sounds cool right there, though, doesn't it?
For some reason, it's no, it's awesome. Actually, I've never heard anything like it.
It sounds current. I mean, it sounds like.
It sounds like Led Zeppelin and Rage Against the Machine meets pop radio.
Right, and it sounds like it's happening now.
Right.
As opposed to like.
Yeah.
Because like a lot of music, just today they just try to make it. Oh yeah, good call.
Yeah, it's just that
make it
expensive.
They make it like where it's like trying to like be like something else.
Yeah.
Like we're trying to make it sound like the '70s or that. This just sounds like it's happening now.
Now. That's my biggest thing, man.
You don't like that when they start doing that, like.
Well,
I want it to sound just like.
Yeah, well, and even our friend, has said on repeat. He goes, "Well, ain't nothing else going to sound like it."
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
He said that.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, well, nothing's going to sound like you guys."
And he said it in a good way.
In a good way. Yeah, that's why I've said it's like we don't have to worry about. No one's going to beat us to that thing. Nobody's going to step on our sound. That Dan Auerbach, White Stripes feud,
thing.
that's about like territorial overlap. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, I was trying to be a fake. You can't try to be a fake too.
Is that what that was about? You think?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of fun. That's funny.
You're drawing too much attention.
You really think that's why?
Oh yeah. You can't be fake too. One of us we're going to get found out if you keep doing it.
That's funny, dude. Huh? I wonder if we ever will meet.
It's really funny that they're mad at each other about that too, because the first thing I heard of, the person who told me was a mastering engineer, and he goes, "Oh man, you ever heard of this band called the Black Keys?" And I said, "Are you fucking kidding me? Like the White Stripes?" I mean, I didn't know nothing about either one of them. You know what I mean? I just thought the names were fuckery. You know? You mean like the White Stripes? I already thought the White Stripes was like, give me a fucking break. The Wasps? I mean, what are we talking about here? You know, I thought that shit was lame. But when I heard the Black Keys, I was like, what kind of like unaware fucking fool would do something so tepid as a name as bad as the Black Keys, but stands to be immediately correlated with the White Stripes?
I guess it worked out for him, though, didn't it?
I mean, only because we live in the fucking Sodom and Gomorrah. You know what I mean? Like the fall of, like in any other scenario, culture would have called it out for the laughing stock it was. You know, like you can't be Jimmy Skindler's. You know what I mean? Like,
but they're massively successful, aren't they?
I don't really think so. That's why there's so much ridicule. You know, I mean, I guess enough now.
I mean, their net worth. I mean.
Yeah, at some point, but
I mean, at some point,
they were essentially an insular jingle house.
Like that's why you heard that joke about.
Yeah, that joke. Like their new song's called Ford Commercial. I don't begrudge that, but just don't get it twisted. You know.
I just don't like it.
Oh no, this shit's terrible.
I want to make money.
It's like wimps with distortion.
I think it's horrible.
It's the worst. They're wretched. And I lost
horrible music.
When I found out that son of a bitch pays musicians like 1/4 scale. Like he hires people around here, and the people around here will show up to fucking suck on his butthole for 1/4 their rate because he's rock and roll. Like fucking.
Oh, well, I guess it also shows you the power of people of rock and roll. Of how
people want to be associated with it.
Yeah.
Well, that there's nothing about Dan Auerbach that is rock and roll. I mean, not one fucking microbe.
I just don't like all that stuff, man.
It's junk.
You know, I'm hoping one day somebody will see the difference.
Well, they feel the difference.
You feel it. I mean,
no, they feel the difference. No. We do we it will eviscerate that shit. And the good thing is, it'll be beneath you and beneath us to even
talk about it. Yeah.
But one word will end it. But I think the mere existence of its polarity will end it. And that's why there is so much resistance.
Oh yeah.
Because the mere existence of that polarity will it that's just what it does.
It's been a hard road.
No shit.
Well, we'll be all right. We'll just get it out. I'm not concerned with those people. Whatever.
Let them eat cake, man.
I don't like it. I don't like their music. I think they suck.
They absolutely suck. See, here's the thing. You as well, but like because I don't, I'm ready to say some things that hit their mark. Because when you are above reproach, you might not like what I have to say, but you'll never forget it.
Yeah.
Right?
But more than anything, I just got to be successful so I can provide for myself and my future family.
That's
and
coming,
you know
man.
what I mean? That's all I care about.
Stay the course.
I just want mine.
Yeah, as long as we can keep working, it will be.
I mean, all the things that I want externally, it's how I make things anyway. Like, obviously, I'm making things to affect the world in a positive way.
Yeah.
But I can't choose every dictate of how that works. But I can.
But you just say what needs to be said.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
Yeah. And how people want to.
I like the idea this song is talking about. I don't want to be trite, but I do know that first idea is right.
Which one?
I don't know which adjective that you can use or how to say it, but a particular song stuck in rotting your brain.
Oh, that's good.
That's a thing. another vaccine
Stuck in the vein.
stuck in the vein. That's fucking right on. And whatever you say next, how we draw that up to the white man's hallelujah.
White man's hallelujah.
Doesn't white man's hallelujah? How would you play it? Like it's a white man's hallelujah about like self-defeat? Is that the way to paint that thing? Or can it? Is there any hallelujah available to a white man that even functions in an exultant place? I don't think there is. I think the only way to use hallelujah with a white man is self-deprecation. I mean, do you see it differently?
I don't know. No, I'm not. I don't see it differently. I'm just.
But like that's a good idea. It's a good thing to say.
Is
Another
it?
white man's hallelujah. It's better than fat man's.
Is it still too small?
Well, we can think about what to do with it. If it is another white man's hallelujah.
Yeah, I'm saying, is there anything better than that? Like, is that idea
Big
too
enough?
small?
Yeah.
Is it big enough?
Is hallelujah?
No, hallelujah's fine. I'm saying.
Because we kind of, I remember when that happened. We
No,
felt
that's
good about
fine. That's fine.
it. Another kind of hallelujah. Then.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm not. I'm just playing devil's
I
advocate
don't know,
on it.
man. Maybe fat man's is better because it uses the word fat and people are so fucking.
Man's hallelujah.
I just don't want it to feel campy or weird.
That feels too campy.
Weird Al.
No, I don't think that's good.
You know.
Maybe another is not the right word. Something. White man's hallelujah.
Yeah, that. I think white man's hallelujah.
Yeah, I don't think another is the right. Is the
because
problem.
another is another. It's one
like,
of those.
It's just
syllable fillers.
Yeah, just it needs to be say. White man's hallelujah. Something in front of that.
White man's hallelujah. Yeah, that's it. That's right. Another is just syllable filler.
Yeah, just.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you get failure.
Syllable filler.
Verbal failure. You know.
White man's hallelujah. Fat
That
man's
is
hallelujah.
dangerous. White man's hallelujah.
Is it better than fat man's hallelujah? Fat man's hallelujah sounds goofy.
It does. Yeah, it does.
It's goofy.
It's a little goofy.
White man's hallelujah sounds
Inappropriate.
It sounds scary, but it doesn't even make sense why it should.
Well, that's what I mean. It's just like, why does that even...
It shouldn't even do that.
I don't know why that bothers me, but it does.
It bothers me.
Yeah.
Why does it feel like blasphemy? Because it's programming. It's programming in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, you can't say white. You know?
But white people are people, and black people are people, brown people,
right.
Yellow people.
Right.
They're all different colors.
Yeah,
so what's the big deal?
It's not.
What is it?
So
but
you just step on the thing. Oh, you don't like that? But here it comes.
Can you step on it like a roach?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I think you just that's how you do it. Cause so we got. However we tied that song, rotting your brain. I don't know what adjective. I've always been struggling with which.
Which one?
How to say
rotting?
that. I'm not,
oh, you mean an adjective?
Song rotting your brain, you know. Some song rotting your brain.
What adjectives to put in front of it?
Yeah, which song is it? You know.
Sad.
Sad song rotting. Yeah, I mean that might be better, you know. Another sad song rotting your brain.
I thought it was.
It's just like if you feel that, then yeah.
I think it's better than shit.
Yeah. Sad. Yeah, because the next line, another vaccine stuck in your vein, is really like,
yeah,
you know, and it makes that one have.
They work together better that way.
Sad song. Yeah, you're just fucking it down the toilet.
Which is also sad.
Yeah, sad song.
It's real sad.
Rotting your brain. Yeah. Another vaccine shoved in your vein. And then it just comes down to
self-deprecating white man's hallelujah.
Yeah.
You gotta. I think it has to.
Yeah, there's a rail there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gotta. It can't. I don't think it can just be. I don't think it can just be just 3 syllables.
Oh no, it was always like your line. It goes 3 and 4 and white man's. You know, I mean, there's as little or as much room as you want to take in that.
You might need more lyric.
Yeah.
It just can't be another. It has to be a specific
right.
white man's hallelujah.
Right.
Well, what could that be? So that's what we got to solve.
Yeah. And then I think the thing's fucking done. If you can do, once that is done,
Gotta write
all the
lyrics.
internal shit is kind of like understood.
Will we have a bridge? Probably not.
I don't think so on this one.
Because you don't want to have it too complicated. You don't want to break the groove.
Let's go on down the line with it. Yeah.
Will any of these songs have a bridge? Some of them should.
To be seen. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. Remains
Should.
to be seen. We got a good one on. There's a real good one on Evangeline. The movement of that one.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good bridge.
That feels like what's that one? What's the one of Stones tune that starts with?
That's a really
World
good bridge.
It's in all the war movies. It's not Shelter. Give me shelter. There's a little bit about something about that bridge that feels like give me shelter a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good bridge. You know, the only part of that song that trips me out is the chorus.
That part of that one, to me,
chorus.
yeah. To me, it's the B. Well, maybe it's because the B section isn't handing it over right. There's a whole lot of assumption in the B section. There are a lot of leaps the listener has to make in the B section, and so and as such, it doesn't make this exaltation of Evangeline make that much sense. If you work the other way, then what do you say? I don't think A to B.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Is doing.
That's probably right.
You know.
That one might be just.
Yeah.
Worth letting rest.
Yeah. There's a lot of good about it, but it doesn't have to be overworked. But that is it. It's either. The chorus just kind of feels like why, but I think
that might be fixable.
Yeah,
that might be fixable with just that might actually be fixable, man. Maybe just put the pre-chorus just needs to be a little more lucid.
That's all I think.
It might not be that complicated.
Yeah.
In fact, maybe what's to be done has to be actually just
simplification.
Yeah, like dumbed down a little bit, just to make it palatable.
And then move on, because it's got enough grooviness to it. It feels. And here's what we do have.
You could sync it. You could sync it.
Well, the value of what we have with that stuff is right now in a short set of music. Even though there's a break in that, in the room of a set of music, it doesn't break. It feels like authority. There's an authority in the thing, even if the communication isn't great yet.
It's murky in that one section.
Yeah.
I think what's really good about that song to me is the verses, that chord pattern is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the ZZ Top shit. Except better.
Yeah, that whole and that. I think the parallel move is okay.
Mm-hmm.
Up a giant feet. On a crooked T.
So that feels like it's setting up a big reveal that doesn't quite happen.
What's wrong with living inside of the jungle?
I don't know what it means compared to what we just saw. So it's either what comes next.
She's living inside of the
something. Yeah, it's just real. Yeah, or when you're. I don't fucking know, but it just doesn't quite tarry to the next.
Yeah, it's doing that Zach Bryan thing a little bit, where it just stops.
Right. But I think that's it. If we can connect B to C, like I say, it already serves us well in a live performance for needing original music to continue to keep the room in a certain place.
I don't want to play it again until it's fixed.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's just not worth it.
Yeah, but it's not. I don't.
It breaks inside of me.
We've learned so much about how to fix problems that one I don't think will be nearly as hard as it was in the past.
And I do want to fix Third World Beauty Queen before you go to tour.
Oh, dude, I think that thing.
I just want to get that thing off my chest.
It's so good.
Yeah, I had like some kind of a vision about it or thought about it the other day.
It's global.
Yeah, it's a big one.
It's global.
It just needs to like, yeah, we need to work on it though. Like, so at some point, we need to actually make time for it.
The good news is that all it is, every thought already exists. It's just a matter of picking and choosing and simplifying.
You gonna eat that?
No, you can have it.
It needs to be there though. I mean, we need to make time for it.
Yeah. Well, let's do. Yeah.
Well, when can we work on it?
If
Once we get these done.
Yeah. And like I say, we start going 10 to 8. We start going 10 to 8, we'll get them done, and we'll have time to get that one. Make both of those adjustments.
Shouldn't we just consider those like as a part of what we got to do?
I have been, but like I said, in the worst case scenario, I think Third World Beauty Queen has almost as much of that it factor as Last Man Standing.
Well, that's why I'm thinking like maybe we shouldn't. I guess what I'm saying is like I think maybe we should work on that one sooner than later.
Yeah. Sure. Whenever you feel it.
Yeah. I think it should be just as much of a priority as
these.
I think.
Yeah. Well, let's just consider that one of these.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
To do.
I think we should because it's just really good, man.
Yeah.
That one could be bigger than Last Man Standing.
Mm-hmm.
That one could be our biggest song.
It has a kind of Vogue quality.
I'm wondering if there's something wrong, like without, like we've got to make an adjustment with the production too. Like, does it really need to have that? Doesn't it need to change a little more, like on the singing? Like, it's like the thing keeps repeating. Does it really have to do that?
Which?
Like, I feel like that main lick that's so good just keeps repeating.
Oh no!
Yeah, like shouldn't that just be like the feature rather than the repeat, or do you think, or is that repeat like, or do you see that repeat as necessary?
I think it's just the verse and the signature, and then when we hit the chorus and the B section, I have thought about a way where, well, I don't want to get into it too much right now, but okay. I have been
thinking about it.
Oh yeah. For one thing, the chorus, when we do it right from the vocal point of simplifying the idea, and the way you play that thing that's more kinks than that 2 guitar thing that I kind of got us into at the beginning. When you play that thing, you go da 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 da. It doesn't have to go da 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 da.
No.
But when you go da 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 da,
that's what needs to be there.
That's enough, When we're not just doing that mechanistic mockery, which is a brilliant shit that we did, that you did, you know what I mean? But that requires all those other support mechanisms
to work.
It
needs to be simple.
It needs to be simpler and just let you hit those. Oh, she gonna get you, those kind of things, and
it has to be. I think it has to be constructed though.
Yeah, it does.
It has to be loose but constructed.
Right, and it's real. It's real, like, it's that she's gonna get you, third world beauty queen thing, and then like one connector, and maybe that connector each time could modify, but those core things of she gonna get you, you know what I mean? You're that victim of your vanity or some, simple bang bang bang, like 3 things. Yeah, like I say, I don't want to get
into it too much now.
Right, because I want to be able to have it laid out in front of us and try these things.
I just know it's a big track.
Oh, agreed, 100%. It's like
there's nothing like it.
It's like Stuck in the Middle with You. All I want to do is have some fun. Meets Fuck You. It's the Rolling Stones.
And it's like.
And your verses are great. It's nailing that thing on the nose.
The verses are great.
Yeah. So.
Taking rotten pictures.
Yeah. And the bridge is great,
Yeah. It can be just, yeah, that one's not, you do not give up on that one.
No, that thing's.
And that.
Yeah, it's an earworm. That thing is like that's one of those things that you love to hate.
Yeah.
When you get that thing happening, man.
And like, I think the message of that song, or what the theme of the song, is something that people are not really. It doesn't seem like nobody's talking about that.
It's because to do it gets real heavy-handed and heady, and if you.
I don't see anybody talking about it at all.
No, and that thing. Well, people have tried. People talk about the fact that we're immersed in that.
But that one says particularly about the women.
Yeah. That
one's not gender neutral.
Yeah.
It's talking about a specific type of chick, isn't it?
Yeah. A fake.
Like one of those.
Fake. She's a fake.
And I hadn't seen that done. It used to be done. There used to be stuff like that. But I haven't seen it done with the internet or with the social media age. I haven't seen it quite. Well, I'm sure it is on social media.
Yeah.
But not in the song, I guess.
Right. Because it takes some serious craft to be able to address something like that with efficiency.
Yeah.
And feel grooviness. Because that's what the track has going for it. It's like a real groovy delivery of a smackdown,
I guess artists do address it. I mean, I was watching some Kendrick. He was saying like, put your phone down, like.
That old thing's kind of tepid. What did I see? Like somebody the other night was addressing phones in the room. It's like, you know what? That's an impotent thing at this point. Like,
yeah. And what do you mean by that?
If you're only speaking out about it when it's your moment on stage, you need to be way more vocal about it, in your outreach.
In your what?
Outreach.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, don't you put that down and be present for the show. Be here. It's like, well, no. It's not about these fucking 90 minutes they're spending with you. You actually need to risk telling them how worthless their endeavor is when they're not here. And that's where artists aren't doing it.
Oh, you're saying they're kind of like...
Put it in the bag for the next 90 minutes, and then you can have it back,
It's like not really addressing it.
No, because they're afraid to really touch it because that vanity is where people are occupied,
Bad.
And they're not, I mean, certain artists, Dylan and people like that, have addressed how bad it is for humanity. Yeah. But like contemporary artists are not willing to
go there,
separate people from their fucking addiction
because they want it.
Mm-hmm. Just put it down for 90 minutes, and you'll feel cool about it, and then you can have it back.
Yeah, and I've got one right here.
Well, it's almost as bad as the thing, though. You know what I mean?
It's bad.
You see what I'm saying? Like those artists that are doing that, it's like Dave Grohl putting on a dress. Everybody agrees that they need to put it down for a minute, and then they feel like, yeah, I did it. They told me to put it down, and I put it down.
Shannon, you're the closest to Jeff Porcaro Jay's ever heard.
Oh, is that? Well, thank you, Jay.
Man, your drumming, dude, is nuts. Like when you solo those drum tracks, I'm like, whoa. And it takes a lot to move me, man. And I don't mean that in a pretentious way, because who am I to say that? But
no.
Like, I'm not usually just moved just by drumming. Like it's like, whoa.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I mean, it's quite literally life and death for me. At this
everything
point.
Is so good. Like, the force of the drums, the force of how you hit it is perfect. Like, the tonality is perfect. The rhythm of it's perfect. The pace of it is perfect.
I appreciate it.
It's absolutely perfect.
It's the only voice I got.
It's absolutely perfect.
I appreciate it. No, like what you're keying in on, all those tonalities. Like, I'm tuning.
It's hard to do that.
I'm tuning my drums to be problematic. Like the way that bass drum sounds, it's ugly and beautiful at the same time.
Oh, maybe. Well, I don't hear the ugliness.
Yeah, right. Because it's like, it's visceral, But I'm not trying to get like, I mean, I'm after a certain sound to make you feel a certain way.
Well, it's just funny, like after we do all this stuff, and then like when you're muting everything, and when you're soloing the drums, and I hear it, I'm like, well, shit, man. My first instinct is like, well, I could write a better song just over. Like once I I think I could write anything to that.
Oh, I appreciate it. I mean, what Jay said. I mean, it's not like people think. You know, I'm the age that I am. I'm 50.
I don't know a whole lot about Jeff Porcaro, but you do.
Well, what I realized when I, over the years was because of my own path as a human, as a person, as a development. What is the most appealing thing about what I hear in his playing is a certain bright light of confidence.
Yeah.
That
confidence
was precluded from me when I was in my youth.
You have it now, though.
Yeah, it's not about whether I can make it come through the drum. It's about whether I can make what you hear in the drum come through me.
Well, you got that.
Yeah, I mean, on some level, I appreciate it, but that's the connection. It's never like, oh, I love the drums so much. I mean, it's like, oh fuck, no. When you hear Jeff Porcaro, you heard it that night when I showed you that. You point out his hi-hat and you say that sounds like God over there, and that is no metaphor. That's no exaggeration.
Yeah.
The reason it sounded like God is because it is the unadulterated truth.
Yeah.
And you can feel it. You know what I mean? And a lot of people that play the drums, they are trying to show you something different. They're trying to show you how good they are at a certain thing that they think matters to you. And all that dude ever did and never deviated from was making you feel that, And that's the part that is inspiring to me, to have a gift and never feel the need, or not just the need, never betray it to your own insecurity. That's what Jeff Porcaro.
I like. Let me think about that. To have a gift and to never betray it to your own insecurity.
Right. That's
Wow.
That's nothing. There's no better way to define confidence.
That is confidence.
Security in your own self. To have a gift and never betray it to your own, what did I say?
Insecurity.
Insecurity. Yeah. That's the difference between him and John Bonham was the same way, but Buddy Rich was that way, and those are the three guys. Bernard Purdy is that way. They're Clyde Stubblefield, but Clyde Stubblefield was too. If you only go so far with it, you're not risking anything. And so the difference between Jeff and all those other guys,
He risked.
his ability to apply it and not change it. He would take his voice and put it with Bruce Springsteen, or he would take it and he would put it with Madonna, or he'd take it and put, you know what I mean? And he never adapted himself to them. He just did his thing on that, and that's what I mean, and that's what's remarkable. And the big difference is that he seemed like he was that way from birth, and I've been trying to eradicate all the noise, trying to just not like, no, don't betray yourself, where I just never heard him do it. I think that's why people from Miles Davis to like the headiest musicians that you would think would have looked at him and thought, well, you need to be more technical to be associated with what I do. They didn't care fuck all about that. They understood that unwavering sense of self was what you want to be next to.
Unwavering sense of self.
That's why I said, when McCartney stood back and he did that and said, wow, the drummer for Toto, it wasn't about me. It was about his association to Jeff Porcaro, and is he possibly looking at something that has continuity?
Do you have an unwavering sense of self?
No. I have to tap myself on the shoulder. I have access to truth, but I have to hold myself accountable.
You don't think he did?
I never heard it. Maybe it did, but that's why. So if I have to hold myself accountable, when I asked his brother, the only question I ever asked any of them about Jeff was like, where did he get his confidence? And he said, right, like that, yeah, you fucking tell me, So obviously he observed the same thing that all of us, were trying to figure out about that guy,
His was kind of like,
yeah, it was just like, oh, fuck.
On.
And that's why I say when I was 4 years old, already not knowing that I was having a crisis of confidence, when I heard him play the drums as opposed to other people, I heard an unwavering sense of confidence. As an unwavering sense of self. That's Bob Dylan. He may have struggled with certain things because he's a different kind of communicator, but even Jeff, when he was later in his years interviewed about Toto and what its value was, he said, look, sometimes I think about, he said, like I was in Disney World and I was watching these guys kind of playing this African music on a log, and he said, I think to myself, man, that could be cool, man, just go groove on a log somewhere and I could be good, like, he goes, our music, our band has always been about dig this groove, dig this arrangement, but he said, we never had a Bob Dylan, we never had something to say.
Yeah.
He was fully aware, but, they said their version of their thing, and it was enough to have reach, because all those guys in their own way were committed to a certain confidence about their sense of self.
Yeah.
That's what I love about it. That's what I love about being around it. When I tell you like that, like there's certain insanity I can't stand and some that I can,
Yeah.
If you are certain in your sense of self, I can coexist with idiosyncrasies. When there's a certain understood thing that never wavers. If I saw a conflict between what happened through those guys' hands and came through in that uncomfortable place of their disposition, then it would be intolerable. But because it never does,
it doesn't affect it.
No, it's like, no, this is sanity on a level above the kind of insanity that I can stand. You know what I mean? Like, as long as that sanity is there, there's something I can hold on to as true in the room.
Right.
And not only that, I understand our moments of, like I say, when I was with Harry a couple of weeks ago and saw him, when I told you, it's just like, it's a parallel. It's a reinforcement of you and the nature of how we work and assimilate ideas and thoughts. When you see people have a moment that other people would consider antisocial because they don't know how to quantify it, because they're truly having a less vivid experience in the world, that kind of insanity is comfortable to me because I know what that is. I can tolerate those idiosyncratic things that other people see as eccentricity or even self-centered something. It's like, you just don't fucking know what you're looking at.
Yeah, there's just certain things that don't even have to be acknowledged.
Right.
I'm learning that. It's just whatever.
You just do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing about him. It's like, yeah, we don't need to talk about this shit. I've had to identify them because I was always in a situation where I was the only person.
Oh, that had that.
Yeah.
So you do have an unwavering sense of self.
I guess because I didn't let it get beat out of me. But man, I spent a lot of time alone.
What do you mean when you say I have to keep myself accountable?
Because I was in the wrong room
for so long.
Instead of being intolerant. That's that confidence thing. I perceived Jeff to have been an individual that would have never stayed in the situation I stayed in.
Yeah, I feel that way too about all things in my life.
You can only do with what you do within your own time.
I wonder if it's because of that Southern thing.
I believe that's part of it. But see, you also know enough about Northern things to know that it also doesn't look for all the thing of that it didn't have. You know what it didn't have? A particular kind of expression. It did. Like that. Like
what
that.
Didn't have? I'm not sure what you mean.
Meaning that from Jeff's point of view, it was never. Like I've told you, it's like, man, I can't get to the front of the stage. The best I can do is aspire to be that kind of entity in a supportive role. I don't sing it. I can't pick up a mic and speak. You know what I mean? I can speak, and I can reinforce the thought. You know what I mean? And I can even imply it if there's not thought.
There's got to be something to that Southern thing, though. Like, don't you think?
Oh yeah.
Because I'm having stuff now, like when I'll be out in public, and I'm having all these like meditations of my whole life, and I'm realizing that I just exist. Like if I'm in a group of people, I just exist, and we're just here. But like for years, there was something actively within me, making me operate at a deficit. And it's got to be something bred into me, because it's starting to leave. But like I wasn't even aware it was doing that.
I mean, not to get too heady and not to make any sort of parallel, but your experience. When you say that you have that family of origin.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
When you have damage,
we can talk about
right?
that.
When you have trauma,
when
you have trauma. Well, mine, not in the same way, but mine is coming from a maternal place.
Yeah, mine is too.
Right, and so when you have that kind of damage there, it puts you into a scenario of trying to make up for something.
But isn't it cultural too, though?
Some of it is, but I think it's more.
Oh, you don't think it has anything to do with the South? I think it does.
It's both. But I think the bigger part of it is, if you.
But the South is also associated with the mother.
You got a double negative when those things are happening. You know what I mean? Like you're at a double deficit. You know, you're trying to decode some sort of unrequited belonging, and then culturally you're in a place where you're taught to be self-deprecating to a fault. Then there's your crisis of confidence.
Yeah.
You know.
Because I think naturally I'm a very confident person.
Right.
But I've actually basically screwed my own self up in a lot of situations where people probably just accepted my confidence. Whatever that deficit thing is trying to make up for something they don't even see.
Yeah, right. And if you interrupt, that's what I'm saying. That's why I asked that question. I'm still trying to figure out how do you get to that clean confidence? Because man, if you let it run, we've talked about it. You've pointed, hey man, if you just talk to them like you talk to Frankie, we're good. Well, that was in a moment of pure confidence, pure footing of, you know what I mean, without doubt. Well, I have a tendency to interrupt the flow of my authority.
Yeah,
you know what I
do
mean?
too.
Right.
And where is that coming from?
That's the other shit. It's baggage.
So you don't think it's just the South? You think it's personal baggage?
But both things. The South is a customary sort of deference. The South has this implied customary deference.
But ours is getting entangled with. So if we didn't have that other thing, the South wouldn't bother us.
Not as much. Well, no, the South is a bad thing.
It is.
But
on that level, it's a real bad thing.
But there are some people that wield it with authority. Like
some people doesn't really get in their way much.
It's like that foghorn leghorn thing.
They don't get in Dabo's way much.
No, son. You know what I mean? Like,
don't get in Dabo's way much. He's from Alabama.
Right. So, but if you have damage and that, then you're at a double deficit.
Like, so how do we? I'm not even sure if it's.
You have to just tap yourself on the shoulder, man, and just remind yourself.
I think
don't
a lot
do
of us
that.
just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, right. That is. That's right.
Like, shut.
Just
the
roll.
Fuck
just
up.
roll. And I you know what the truth is? For me, just like a couple of shots of something
helps or hurts.
Helps.
Oh, it helps me infinitely.
Yeah,
that's why I've gotten a lot of business done.
It turns it off. You know, and it might just have to be a literal, calculated
decision,
acknowledgement of, all right, 2 shots and let's.
It's just so fucked up because I don't think we're not unconfident people at all. It's like a fucking bad.
And some
it's like an Achilles or something.
On some level, it's almost like tempered steel, but for the communication angle, like the first layer of communication can get tripped up by it.
It's more that.
It's
more that.
Yeah, like if you can, and that's where that couple of drinks, I think, can
stops that part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe we just kind of catalog that and go, yeah, man, when we go into a meeting, let's have a couple shots before we get started.
No, it's a good idea.
You know?
I think, man, like a couple shots was great for everything, man. As long as you're not getting twisted.
Right.
That's not good.
No, but that, yeah, man. And I like to say, I think if you buy into if you buy in, I'm significantly older than you. I'm here in a supportive place and that's really it. That's it. I'm here in a supportive place to present something. And I'm going to put the full force of what I've learned over the years in place to support it. But the timeline of things is a non-factor.
Like, what do you mean the timeline?
Your path to this moment.
It don't matter.
It doesn't matter.
No.
It doesn't
We're here
matter.
now.
It's just when you make your best presentation, and when you make that best presentation, are you in the good grace of timing to where it's relevant in the moment? And it is, like your disposition and ability your ability to what would you say, articulate the moment that you're in from your disposition is perfectly aligned to the conditions, the prevailing condition. You know what I mean? Like that timing couldn't be better. And so that's where the path, the journey to that point
doesn't really matter much.
Are you in your best moment when the time is right? And I see that as being matter. I see that as absolute. I don't think, it's not even a don't think, I'm absolutely certain that a 20-year-old is not going to be able to make a difference.
Not right now.
No. And I'm not sure that it ever did, man, because by the time most of the people that we consider made their mark, their best work was down the road.
Yeah, it was like mid-time.
Yeah.
Mid-career, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that front.
I've already done a lot of artist development on my own.
Right.
And but what I never had was somebody like you. I never had a mentor, and that's what I needed so badly, dude. I don't know. I'm not mad. It took me forever to find it.
Well,
at least I found it.
Yeah, and what's big, man, is the conditions to be successful have never been greater, and we have put together a concept because we're forward thinking and branding that because that brand it doesn't just represent financial opportunity.
No, it's bigger than that.
It presents humanitarian opportunity.
That's right, and that's important.
Yeah, like so if it was only a song, it would only reach so far.
That's right.
But when you can put it into a physical thing that can mean something to people, then you actually can. You can become the lifestyle brand, not an idea, not Tommy Bahama or not Jimmy Buffett or not members only. Like the idea of individuality can become the brand. I won't be told.
Renaissance man.
Yeah, so I won't be told, man. I won't be, and that's wherever. I mean, that's the big fight. Censorship is the battleground.
Man, you see it.
I think so.
The only person in LA, who ever got really a whiff of it, man, and I think he was sincere, was John Ryan.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he said you can build a brand around you,
Yeah. Well, if he said those words, he was right about something, and he did. He was associated with some successful things.
That's just funny, though, isn't it?
That's weird. That is so weird.
Well, I guess I'm glad that happened too.
Can you imagine that you were already in proximity to something so close to my reality? That's nuts. How long ago was that? 10 years ago? 12?
No, about 10 probably.
10? You know what I'm saying? Like 10 years ago, you were in... I knew who that was 10 years ago. He had a history with my family 30 years ago. So we were already
starting to
in a much a larger way than just musical community. Like there was literally like a close proximity. So that's weird, but not weird, just whatever, man. Stars aligning.
Yeah, man. No, I feel really good about it, and you're right. It's a brand. It's not just a song.
Right.
It's a brand.
Yeah. It's a lifestyle, man. It's something important, and
I won't be told.
That's right. And these people that are out there trying to speak to the thing on repeat as a talking head in the podcast world.
It's not art.
It's not art. So people can't take it past that. People can take this. It's like, oh, these guys. This guy says what's on my mind in a way where there's actual potential rebuke. You know what I mean? And can slay the dragon.
Slay the dragon.
You
Yeah,
can't
right.
do it with a fucking microphone and a podcast. You can't do it. All you can do is perpetuate the dialogue. You can't end it.
Mm-hmm.
Or change it. You'll never end it, but you can change the percentages
the
of
frequency.
point of view. You can change the point of view.
The point. Yeah, right. That's right.
The talking heads,
They don't,
they preach to the choir. They don't convert anyone.
and they don't want to, probably because their business is keeping
Right.
the thing.
Yeah.
It's like the old thing. It's like, well, a doctor doesn't want you to get better because they need sick. It's
Right.
a little bit like that.
They create their own. Well, they're looking for longevity,
And for me, I do want to make a positive
I know, man.
effect. And
Well, think about back on Monday. I feel really good. Look, small as it is, that fixed the arrangement on this thing, or it's not small at all. We deconstructed a point of confusion. It was like, oh, okay, well we're off, and that's got that going. I don't think because we have those big hooks, we'll find the pages of all those things that we've already brainstormed on the stuff, but I don't see it as elusive now. As long as you can define what your thought line is, it's
not elusive.
Yeah.
No. So that gives us 4 songs here, and then we'll get Third World Beauty Queen, and whatever else we get to is icing.
So we got Mississippi Hippie, which we know is I believe that's a known quantity.
Crack the Whip.
Crack the Whip.
This.
Cackle Like You Crazy. We got the other one that we figured out something good on yesterday.
Real good.
And
so that's 6.
That's
actually.
5.
And then
yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Mississippi Hippie. That one's almost done.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that.
Pretty well constructed.
You know what that feels like? It feels like there's a little bit of that thing that feels like Dr. John meets Frank Zappa.
Yeah.
In those verses.
Oh yeah. It's well constructed.
Yeah.
Man, I may have to, while you're gone, I may have to take some trips down to Mississippi again on my own and just hang out. I might book a few nights in Clarksdale and just go jam with those guys,
Yeah.
See if I can pick up any
Soak it up.
stories. There might be some interesting stories floating
Right
through there.
from, yeah.
I mean, I felt real inspired when I got back from that trip.
Yeah.
Like I was playing differently, I was feeling differently. Man, as much as I like South Carolina and I love the vibe there, like, dude, Mississippi's not tepid at all. It's not a tepid place.
No, I wouldn't. I've only been through,
Like when they're talking, like when you go see an antebellum home in South Carolina, they're like, okay, and this is how they're in Mississippi, they're like, damn, we lost. Like, fuck. They're still like,
yeah.
They're not like, they're still like, right.
Yeah.
It's not muted.
No. No,
It's a vibe over there.
Yeah.
Have you ever been in Natchez?
Mm-mm.
It's on the Mississippi River, and it's just like rows of like antebellum homes, and like it's just nuts, dude. And, like you can see the Mississippi River like over like a cliff, and like it's just
wow,
it's just crazy, dude. And the food is amazing, and like
the truth of the matter is, man, withstanding our current culture, man, the topography and geography of this body of land, you know, this continent, is remarkable
awesome.
in its own way.
It's awesome.
It's just like I've seen some you know, like the Swiss and French Alps and things are kind of like, whoa, never seen that before.
It ain't no better than this, is it?
Well,
well, you know more than I do. You've been all over there.
It's not driving through the fjords and, you know, Norway and some and like flying over the Swiss Alps and seeing the scale. We don't have anything quite like that over here, but what we have, when you can talk about under one nation, what is that stuff that grows on those trees in South Carolina?
Moss?
The moss that hangs,
Spanish moss, yeah.
Spanish moss. When you have everything from that to the coast of Monterey and California, you know, with the sea lions,
it's kind of like
and
that
rocks,
Woody Guthrie song.
Yeah, all those things. When you go through Europe, they're segregated countries to get to see those things. It's amazing, and I think geographically, it's probably the same, but under one culture.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
And to freely be able to go in my lifetime, I want to live in Mississippi, Texas, and Portland. I mean, you can do it. You know what I mean?
It's not gonna last, is it?
I don't know, but that is what's amazing about it.
That is amazing.
But there is shit over there is stunning, and it's in its own way. But I mean, it ain't. You know, it's fucking Grand Canyon's stunning. You know what I mean? Zion National Park is stunning.
Yeah, no, that's right, and it's a bunch of stunning stuff over here. And yeah, you're right about being under one umbrella. I mean, I've driven from South Carolina to California and back many times.
Yeah,
and it's crazy going through Texas.
That's
and
what's
Mexico,
different. It's like you're in one country the whole time,
and it's awesome.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
So
dude.
that's not, you know, we haven't lost that, and won't. But I do believe a lot of those states will be bankrupt. You know.
Gosh.
But hey
guys, thanks for tuning in.
To come back right all next week, 10 to 8s, and
rip it one more time, brother,
yeah,
and then we'll cut it off.
I think this.
That seems like that's a good heading. Little tweaks we have to.
Yeah, but I mean that That does it. That plays itself. I tell you what I was thinking when that thing was going by. I mean,
what?
Well, at some point, people respond to what they feel, and that feels like two guys, life or death. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing more vivid than the feeling of that. I mean, it's groovy and everything, but it is committed. You know, and I don't hear commitment. You know what I mean? Like. I mean, for whatever I do respect about Dave Grohl, I don't hear forward commitment in, even when he plays the drums. I don't feel every fucking second of it reaching for the next second. It's just kind of
no commitment.
It's just pounding things down. It's not driving things forward.
It's not committed.
It's not committed in that way.
That sounds like commitment.
Yeah. I mean, that's you. That thing feels like it is. It's crawling out of the earth. You know what I mean? Going. So we're good. All you got to do is say what needs to be said.
Man, that has the potential to be our strongest track. That sounds more like urgent than anything we've got.
It's urgent, yeah.
And I think it's good. I think we should continue to make tracks probably like that.
Well, right.
Personally.
Here's the truth of it. It's not a choice. Like that is what's coming through us. It's like every fucking note is like your life depends on it, and that's intense, but I think that's where you have to be speaking to get people's attention with music. I mean, if you're going to get them with music, it has got to be that important. You know?
And it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Life or death.
Yeah. Success or death. We've been saying that for a while. Success or death.
I've got to get, you got to show me what Ableton to get.
Oh, yeah.
So I want to start working with those things and learn how to run the show.
Sure. Yep. It's pretty easy. The only thing you will come down to would be...
Does it matter what version of Ableton it is?
I'll look tonight, but not in like release version, but in the like the high end version versus the basic that you need. That doesn't matter. You know, probably the basic will do.
I want the most simple thing to.
Yeah, it's that part of it's already done.
That's already.
It's already done. You just press this when it loads up. You just press.
Will it work with my computer? Well, I need to buy another one. I don't mind buying another one.
Ableton is a really.
Should I just go ahead and buy another MacBook?
Might not yet, but the thing that you have, but that you will want to do.
I should just buy a MacBook just to run that, right?
You want it on two things, because if you show up to a gig and one of them dies, you can't play the gig. You know, so that's what I've got. You know what I mean, like a backup. You gotta have to have it on two things.
Will it even run on that my 2013?
It's running on that one. Oh no, that's not that one. That one's newer than that. We'll try it. We can just try it. When you buy it, you can install it on your computer.
And we'll see how it do.
And then you can deauthorize it and install it on a different one. I think you can install it on at least 2, maybe 4 computers or 4 devices.
What's I'll go ahead and buy another computer. When I can. What does it matter what it should be a MacBook Pro, correct?
Well, Ableton is not that. I'll look tonight because I bought that one. That's like a 2016.
And it's working
or
fine. Does it work fine on it?
I bought a refurbed for like $1,000.
I'm gonna buy a refurb.
Yeah, instead of $4,000, it was $1,000. You know, you'll be fine with that.
You can get them for cheaper than that. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably what I'd want to do is just just don't put anything else on, because you don't want to load the thing.
Yeah, keep it clean.
Keep it clean. Just use it for
install
that.
Yep. And you'll be good to go.
Yeah, I want to start. I realize, well, Judd, you need to go ahead and do that, you know, because he's going to be gone soon, and you need to be just functional.
First in it, yeah.
Just need to be a functional show.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
Somebody handed me a business card last night for Assembly Hall.
Yeah.
And said, you need to call this guy and come play down there.
Yeah, there you go.
So.
Yep. Well, all right.
All right, guys.
Oh shit! I thought, man, we're good.
What happened?
Nothing. We just talked for another hour, but it's good. That's a good thing. I was like, I didn't.